made to redefine precision, but also to increase productivity.
For memories that last and produce that lasts longer too, only Frigidaire's Crisp Seal Fresh Crispers have an antioxidant filter to help you waste less food. Frigidaire.
From 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, Anatolia, also known as Asia Minor, transitioning from the late Paleolithic to the Mesolithic period. During this time, the region was characterized by a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, with small groups of people living in temporary settlements. The climate was gradually warming after the last ice age, leading to the expansion of forests and the increased availability of resources such as plants and animals. As the environment became more hospitable, human population in Anatolia began to grow. People started to develop new technologies and tools to adapt to their surroundings. The inhabitants of this region relied on hunting, fishing, gathering wild plants for sustenance. They also began to develop more advanced stone tools, such as microliths, which were small, sharp-edged tools used for various purposes, including hunting and food processing. During this period, there is evidence of increased social interaction and trade between different groups of people in Anatolia. This exchange of ideas and resources likely played a significant role in the development of new technologies and the eventual rise of agriculture in the region. It is clear that between the time of 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, significant change and development in Anatolia, setting the stage for the emergence of more complex societies. Göbekli Tepe, an archaeological site located in southeastern Turkey near the city of Sanliurfa, dates back to the pre-pottery Neolithic period around 10,000 BCE, making it one of the oldest known human-made religious structures on the planet. Göbekli Tepe consists of several circular and oval-shaped stone enclosures, with the largest measuring about 30 meters in diameter. The site is notable for its T-shaped limestone pillars, some are which up to 5.5 meters tall and weigh up to 20 tons. Many of these pillars are decorated with intricate carvings of animals, such as foxes, snakes, scorpions, birds, and other abstract symbols. The purpose of Göbekli Tepe remains a subject of debate among archaeologists and philologists. Some believe it was a religious center or sanctuary, where others think it may have just been a social gathering place. The site predates the invention of pottery, metal tools, and advanced agriculture, which has led some researchers to propose that it may have played a role in the transition from hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a more settled agricultural society. One of the most intriguing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is the apparent lack of permanent habitation. There is little evidence of houses or domestic structures, suggesting that the site was not a permanent settlement, but rather a place visited periodically for religious ceremonial purposes, similar to what we see at Stonehenge. The site was intentionally buried around 8000 BCE, possibly as a means of decommissioning the structure or as a form of ritual closure. The reasons for this remain unclear, but it has helped to preserve the site in a relatively good condition. Göbekli Tepe has significantly impacted our understanding of early human societies and the development of religion, art, and architecture. Its discovery has challenged traditional theories about the origins of civilization and has raised new questions about the role of religion and ritual in the lives of prehistoric people. Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, with evidence of settlements that go back to 9000 BCE. Its first inhabitants were likely a mix of hunter-gatherers, just like Göbekli Tepe, was settled in an area due to its fertile soil and abundant water sources. These early inhabitants would have lived as simple mud brick houses and relied on agricultural hunting and gathering. Over time, this settlement grew and developed, eventually becoming the fortified city that we know today. However, a more advanced city or palace known as Knossos in Crete, which has evidence of people living there going back to 7000 BCE. This may be the first real city in the world. Now, Knossos would not have existed as the ancient Minoan palace that we know of today. However, it does have evidence of some sort of building structure located where the palace was built, which means that Knossos as a city can be traced back to 7000 BCE. The Minoan civilization, which was centered on the island of Crete, did not emerge until 2700 BCE. However, in 7000 BCE, the area was inhabited by Neolithic communities who practiced agriculture, and these are the people that Homer talks about that are called the Pelasgians. The Copper Age, also known as the Chalcolithic period, was a transitional phase between the Neolithic Stone Age and the Bronze Age. It is generally dated between 4500 and 3300 BCE. During this time, human societies began to use copper tools and weapons in addition to stone. The Copper Age was marked by significant advancements in technology, agriculture, and social organization. As people learned how to smelt and work with copper, they were able to create more efficient tools and weapons, which in turn allowed for the more productive farming and hunting. This led to an increase in food population, supporting larger populations than the growth of settlements, which came with the growth of art and ideas, which led to religion. Trade networks expanded during the Copper Age as the communities sought to acquire copper and other valuable resources. The exchange of goods and ideas facilitated the spread of new technologies and cultural practices across different regions. Medicines were traded. Metallurgy also had a profound impact on social structures as a specialized craftsman emerged to produce copper tools and weapons. These skilled artisans often held a higher status within their communities, reflecting the growing importance of metalworking in Copper Age societies. Ritual practices continued to play a central role in the lives of Copper Age people. Megalithic structures such as Stonehenge in England and the Gantija temples in Malta were constructed during this period, demonstrating the sophisticated engineering skills and religious beliefs of these ancient societies. The emergence of complex burial practices, including the use of grave goods and elaborate tombs, also points to a growing concern with the afterlife and the veneration of ancestors. The Copper Age saw the rise of several important civilizations, including the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, as well as the Minoans of Crete, and the pre-dynastic Egyptians in the Nile Valley. These early societies developed complex political systems, monumental architecture, and sophisticated art and writing systems, laying the groundwork for later Bronze Age civilizations to follow. As trade networks expanded, the facilitation of goods and ideas cross paths from different regions, and religion and ritual practices continue to play central roles in the lives of people, culturally and politically. The influence of the Proto-Indo-European pantheon on Vedic and Greco-Roman mythology, as well as the early Sumerians and pre-dynastic Egyptians, can be traced back to this transformative period in human history.
Wawa's up and ready for you every morning with fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and more. Mornings made easy.
Enjoy adventures and unwind. Do your thing this spring and travel nonstop to Long Island.
You were the last person to see the president alive.
Welcome to the White Lotus in Thailand.
During the Rooms to Go Kids President's Day sale, shop bunk and loft beds starting at just $575. From sleep to study, we've got all the options in our dedicated showrooms just for kids. Shop the Rooms to Go Kids President's Day sale today.
We've changed each other
Yes,
really
very
good.
much so.
The best thing about Lena is she's just always made me feel so important and loved so genuinely.
And we're different, but I feel like there's no pressure to change.
She really instilled a lot of qualities in me that I feel like I didn't have before. So
They were there.
I think the reason this campaign is so special is because friendships are just what shapes you. And I know I'm so grateful for mine. And so it felt very important to me.
The Proto-Indo-European pantheon of gods is believed to have originated in the Pontic-Caspian Black Sea steppe region, a region that spans from modern-day Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan all the way over to Europe. As the Proto-Indo-Europeans migrated and interacted with other cultures, their religious beliefs spread and evolved. The Vedic religion, which emerged in ancient India around 1500 BCE, shares many similarities with these Proto-Indo-Europeans. For example, the Vedic god Indra, the king of the gods, the god of thunder, is strikingly similar to the Proto-Indo-European god Perkwanos. Similarly, the Vedic god of fire, Agni, can be traced back to the Proto-Indo-European god Angwanos. The influence of the Proto-Indo-European pantheon can also be seen in Greco-Roman mythology. The Greek god Zeus and the Roman god Jupiter both share characteristics with the sky god Dies Pater. Additionally, the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon, and the Roman god Neptune have similarities with the Proto-Indo-European god of water, Hypnomneptos. The Sumerians, who inhabited modern-day Iraq, developed one of the earliest known systems of writing, the cuneiform script. This allowed them to record their religious beliefs, which centered around a pantheon of gods, including Anu, god of the sky, and Enlil, the god of wind and storms. These gods would later influence the religious beliefs of the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. The Pelasgians, however, were a pre-Hellenic people who inhabited parts of Greece and the Aegean region before the arrival of Greeks. Little is known about their religion, as there are few surviving records or artifacts. However, it is believed that they practiced a form of animism or nature worship, with a focus on fertility and agricultural deities. Some scholars suggest that the Pelasgians may have influenced the development of early Greek religion, particularly the worship of the earth goddess Gaia and other chthonic deities. In pre-dynastic Egypt, before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3000 BCE, various local deities were worshipped. Some of these deities, such as the falcon god Horus and the cow goddess Hathor, will later be incorporated in the Egyptian pantheon during the dynastic period. The early Egyptians also believed in the concept of Ma'at, cosmic order that maintained balance and harmony in the universe. The Minoans, centered around the island of Crete, was another influential Bronze Age culture. These Minoans are best known for this palace that I mentioned earlier at Knossos, which featured elaborate frescoes depicting religious scenes. Minoan religion appears to have been centered around a great goddess who was associated with fertility, nature, and possibly the underworld. The Minoans also had a male god, depicted as a bull or a bull-headed man, who, connected with Bacchus, may have been the consort to the great goddess. Dionysus shows up in the earliest forms of writing, as well as hieroglyphs, predating writing itself. The Minoan religion was centered around the worship of these various deities, with a strong emphasis on the female goddess, the serpent goddess. The primary deity was this mother goddess, who was associated with animals and nature. Other important deities, the master of animals and Skyfather, were a part of this pantheon, and the Minoans practiced rituals involving animal sacrifices, processions, orgies, and offerings. Their religious symbols included the double-headed axe, the bull, and the serpent. The Roman pantheon was influenced by these various cultures. Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome. Manu and Yimo are figures from Indo-European mythology. Just like Romulus and Remus are the legendary founders of Rome in Roman mythology. Manu and Yimo are believed to be the first man and first king, respectively, in the Indo-European mythological tradition. In some versions of the myth, Yimo is sacrificed by Manu to create the world, just as Romulus kills Remus in order to build Rome. In the Indian myths, Manu, the first man, and his twin brother Yama is sacrificed and is the first to die, who becomes the king of the underworld, while Manu becomes the father of mankind and survives the flood like Noah and Gilgamesh. The god Mars, the Roman god of war and oaths, is connected to the Proto-Indo-European god Mawars, the deity of war and storms. This figure is also related to the Greek Ares and the Hindu Marutas. Neptune, the Roman god of the sea, is linked to the Proto-Indo-European Neptos, the deity of water and underworld. This figure is also related to the Vedic god Napat and the Irish god Nakat. Minerva, the Roman goddess of wisdom and war, is associated with the Proto-Indo-European goddess Jesus, the deity of dawn, and this figure is also related to Athena and Eos, and the Hindu goddess Ushas. Venus, also related to this goddess as well, is the goddess of love and beauty and fertility, also the dawn goddess, who is known in Latin as Lucifer, Lightbringer. Hewos is the figure in the Proto-Indo-European pantheon related to this. There is also Perquanos, the Lord of Oaks, which reminds one of Zeus of Dodona, one of the ancient wonders of the world, surrounded by oak trees. And like Perquanos, he is a sky god connected with thunder and lightning. Obvious connections to Indra as well as Zeus. Keranos, the name of Zeus's thunderbolt. The Herkina, spring nymph, associated with the river of the same name, identified with Demeter. The name could be a borrowing, as it rather follows a Celtic sound law.
Night Zookeeper makes reading and writing fantastically fun. Learn more today.
Standout pieces at outstanding prices.
Many women choose to carry a child for someone else. They do it to help others grow their families, be role models for their children, or because they enjoyed pregnancy. So if any of these reasons resonate with you, visit surrogacy.com to learn more.
What if your morning was just easier? At Wawa,
Morning.
it is. with everything you need to get your day moving.
Hi.
Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Which explains why Indra and Deus Pitar in Hindu mythology are two distinct gods, unlike how Zeus takes on the role of both and is synced with Jupiter, both related to Deus or Day Father. Jupiter, the king of the gods in the Roman pantheon, is associated with Deus Pitar, the Sky Father. This deity is also the precursor to Zeus, as I've mentioned, and the Hindu god Deus Pitta. This god, although a Sky Father, seems to be connected with an underworld king of Hades known as Dis Pater. Dis Pater, otherwise known as Rex Infernus or Pluto, is a Roman god of the underworld. Dis was originally associated with fertile agricultural land and mineral wealth, and since those minerals came from underground, he was later equated with chthonic deities Dionysos, Pluto, Hades, as well as Saturn, who becomes the king of the underworld and rules the golden age where everybody has wealth. Tacitus refers to the god Odin as Mercury, Thor as Hercules, and Tyr as Mars. He calls the Isis of the Suebi, who is known as Freya. I think it should be pointed out that Herodotus also relates that the Hyperboreans are descended from Hermes, connecting Odin once again to Mercury. But Julius Caesar himself, who spent many years of his life in Gaul, relates that they are descended from Dis. This makes sense because the ancient form of Bacchus, who is the frenzy god, and Odin is the god of the frenzy who possesses. Bacchus is also the god of the frenzy who possesses. Both Odin and Bacchus are connected to the All-Father Dis, the king of the underworld. This connection between Hades and Bacchus goes back to the Greeks as well. Here we see two depictions of Bacchus and Hades, both looking identical. Black beards, ivy wreath crown, and holding a thrysis staff. Saturn's role as the devourer and underworld king can be traced to Egypt. Sobek, also known as Seb or Geb, is either depicted with the head of a snake or a crocodile, as he devours the souls of the wicked. In Greco-Roman Egypt, Seb or Geb was equated with the Greek god Kronos because he held a quite similar position in the Greek pantheon as the father of the gods, Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, as Seb did in Egyptian mythology. This equation is particularly well attested in Teptunis in the southern Fayum. Seb and Kronos were here part of a local version of the cult of Sobek, Lord of the Four Corners, the crocodile god. The equation was shown on the one hand in local iconography of the gods, in which Seb is depicted as a man with attributes of Kronos, and Kronos with the attributes of Seb. On the other hand, the priests of the local main temple identify themselves in Egyptian texts as priests of Saknaptubis Seb, or Saknaptubis Geb, but in Greek texts as priests of Saknaptubis Kronos. Accordingly, Egyptian names formed with the name of the god Seb or Geb were just popular among local villagers, as Greek names derive from Kronos, especially Cronian. In the case of the Egyptians, it was this destroyer, Seb, who takes on all the traits of the Earthshaker, Poseidon, Hades, king of the underworld, and the Sky Father Zeus. And he holds a trident like Poseidon, but also like Shiva. Seb, like Shiva, can be connected with the Proto-Indo-European Sewa through this god Sabatsios, who also has a Proto-Indo-European root name, Siwa. Shiva, one of the principal deities in Hinduism, is indeed associated with time through his aspect of Kala, Kala, which means time in Sanskrit, is one of the many aspects of Shiva. In this form, Shiva is considered the lord of time, destruction, and change. Just as Saturn has the same traits, he is often depicted as the destroyer of the universe, who brings about the end of time to make way for new creation. This cyclical nature of time in the universe is a key concept in Hindu cosmology. Kalis and Kali have similar Proto-Indo-European etymologies. The word for Kalis, as you can see here on this chart, to call, to cry, is also related to the word calendar, or the kalends of a month in the Roman calendar. But here we see kel, to turn, in motion, pivot, pole star, connecting with time and the cycle nature of the heavens in the sky that turns in a clockwise nature. Kel and Kali are related through this Proto-Indo-European word. So the goddess Kali, who's the consort of Shiva, just as Kalis is the father of Saturn in Roman mythology, and Kalis is depicted on the cuirass of Augustus of Prima Porta, at the very top above the four horses of Helios's quadriga. He is a mature, bearded man who holds a cloak over his head so that it billows in the form of an arch, conventional sign of deity that recalls the vault of the firmament. He is balanced and paired with the personification of Earth at the bottom of the cuirass. These two figures have also been identified as Saturn and Magna Mater to represent the new Saturnian golden age of Augustan ideology. On the altar of the Lares, now held by the Vatican, Kalis in his chariot appears among with Mithras above the figure of Augustus. The name Kalis occurs dedicatory inscriptions in the connection to the cult of Mithras. The Mithraic Kalis is sometimes depicted allegorically as an eagle bending over the sphere of heaven, marked with symbols of the planet or the zodiac. In the Mithraic context, he is associated with Cottus and can appear as Caelus Aeternus, eternal sky. A form of Ahura Mazda is invoked in Latin as Caelus Aeternus Jupiter. The walls of some of the Mithraea feature allegorical depictions of the cosmos with Oceanus and Caelus. The Mithraeum of Dieburg represents the tripartite world of Caelus, Oceanus, and Tellus, below Phaeton Heliodramus. Mitra Varuna is a deity or dyad of deities that played a significant role in the Proto-Indo-European religion as well as the Vedic religion. Composed of two distinct elements, Mitra and Varuna, this divine pair represented different aspects of sovereignty, with Mitra embodying reason, order, and benevolence, and Varuna symbolizing violence, darkness, and inspiration of the frenzy. The concept of Mitra as Brahman and Varuna as the king of Gandharva is a particular suggestive formula. The Gandharva normally live in a mysterious world of their own, beyond the darkness into which Indra smote the singular Gandharva for the greater good of the Brahman. In Varuna's legend, the Gandharva intervene at a tragic moment to restore his failed virility with a magic herb, just as the first Luperci put an end to the sterility of the woman Romulus had abducted. This Mitra Varuna dyad can be seen as an ancient form of the Apollonian Dionysian dualism that we see in Greek mythology: sky and underworld, dark and light, righteousness and liberty. In an earlier model, Georges Dumézil proposed that Waranos, also the god in the reconstructed dialogue, as the nocturnal sky and benevolent counterpart of Dios, with possible cognates the Greek Aranos and Vedic Varuna from the Proto-Indo-European Waru, which means to encompass over. Waranos may have personified the firmament or dwelled in the night sky. In both Greek and Vedic poetry, Ouranos and Varuna are portrayed as wide-looking, bounding or seizing their victims, and having or being heavenly seat. This dyad can be seen in the Thracian religion, with Clement of Alexandria compared to Jesus being in the bosom of Yahweh, which he compared to Sabazius being the godhead of Bacchus and Zeus or Saturn. Sabazios, a god of the Thracians and Phrygians, is also known from Greek and Latin sources as Sabasios or Sabadios, his name related to the Macedonian word Sadoi or Satyrs. According to some scholars, he was a Thracian mountain god whose cult was carried by Phrygian emigrants from Thrace to Anatolia. Greek sources from the 5th century BCE onward mention Sabazios as a Thracian god. In Athens, his cult's initiation ceremonies took place by night, and the depths were purified by being rubbed by serpents. A sacramental drink was also involved. The identification of Sabazios with Dionysus, which occurs regularly in Hellenistic sources, is unquestionable. He might have had the features of the heavenly god, hence he was later identified with the Semitic god Baal, both of them receiving Greek epithet Hypsistos, or highest, or supreme. Sabazios' name connected with the Proto-Indo-European Siwo, connected to Shiva, as well as Saturn, meaning his own, the idea of freedom which constantly shows up in the epithets of Dionysus. Franz Cumont has suggested a relationship with the Illyrian Sabai or Sabaeum, identifying beer extracted from cereals, such as we see in the Eleusinian mysteries, Bacchus and Demeter. Sabazios connected with the Proto-Indo-European word for sap, as a sap god with his juices and fluids being drunk in the mysteries. This translation corresponds well to the pattern of Dionysus, who has the divinity of humidity and such was connected to the vegetation and intoxication. Anatolia identified Sabazios with Sabaoth. Under the Roman rulers, Sabazios was worshipped in Thrace, where he was often known as Sabazios, or in Latin, Sabadios, and where he received such epithets as benevolent, curious, Lord, Megistos, greatest, and Hypsistos, most high, and so forth. Theos Hypsistos, God most high. And he was constantly identified both with Zeus
Looking for the coolest kids furniture? Nobody has more than Rooms to Go Kids. With the largest selection of kid-friendly beds, desks, and more. There's more ways to stay organized, more ways to play, more ways to save. Shop Rooms to Go Kids today.
Night Zookeeper is trusted by parents around the world to unleash reading and writing confidence in a fantastically fun way. Learn more today.
The sun and the moon, sort of a dual underworld sky father, earth sun godhead. Sun and moon in one. The motifs of hands making the votive gesture are among the distinctive features of his cult, the right hand of God. According to several Christian writers, Clement, Arnobius, Maternus, the most impressive rite of initiation into the mysteries of Sabazios consisted of the adept's contact with the serpent that was first put over his breast and then pulled down to his genitals. No less enigmatic than Zalmoxis, Sabazios was worshipped as early as the 4th century BCE, both as the chthonic and heavenly god, as I mentioned, and traces back to this common root of Zababa. Scholars have often tried to solve this riddle, supposing that borrowing from the Jewish religion, but the Jewish influence was not relevant in Anatolia before the 3rd century BCE. One should rather consider the chthonic features determined the character of the Thracian Sabazios, whereas the Phrygian Sabazios was probably connected with the sky father Zeus. This very sky father was often worshipped side by side with the earth mother, Kubaba, later known as Cybele. The Sumerians in the 4th century BCE show evidence of knowledge of this very duo. Zababa, Sumerian god of war and the tutelary deity of the city of Kish, before it became Babylon in ancient Mesopotamia. He is often depicted as a warrior holding a weapon, just like Sabazios was, such as a mace or a bow, and often associated with the protection of the city and its people. Zababa was often linked with this goddess Inanna, either related as brother and sister or husband and wife. The goddess Kubaba, mentioned in the legendary Sumerian king list, though due to her gender, her inclusion is considered unusual. While modern authors refer to her as the queen, the Sumerian title applied to her is Lugal, king, which had no feminine counterpart. A recension from Ur instead states that there was no king while Kubaba reigned. A span of 100 years, she is the only ruler from the 3rd dynasty of Kish listed. The list describes her as the innkeeper and credits her with strengthening the foundation of Kish, and attributes 100 years culminating in the temporary transfer of power from Kish to Akshak before it was regained by Putzer Suan. The latter ruler is said to be Kubaba's son, which makes her the grandfather of Ur-Zababa. Once again, Zababa, named after the god, a legendary king who reigned for 400 years and was the legendary opponent of Sargon of Akkad, the founder of the first Akkadian dynasty, the Sumerians. The Sargon legend is a Sumerian text purporting to be Sargon's biography. In this text, Ur-Zababa, who is the grandson of legendary Kubaba queen, is mentioned, who awakes after a dream. For unknown reasons, Ur-Zababa appoints Sargon as his cupbearer. Soon after this, Ur-Zababa invites Sargon to his chambers to discuss a dream of Sargon's involving the favor of the goddess Inanna. Also in the Sargon legend, Ur-Zababa is described as being the brother of holy Inanna, just as the god Zababa is the brother of Kubaba, the goddess, and this goddess would end up replacing Kubaba as the main goddess of Babylon, just as Ninurta would replace Zababa as the tutelary deity of Babylon. Ninurta has the same traits as the god Saturn, just as Inanna has the same features as Venus. Could it be that Sargon's triumph over the Ur-Zababa shows a polemic against these ancient earlier traditions that we see in Proto-Indo-European? According to Gonzalo Rubio in the Journal of Cuneiform Studies, Zababa and Kubaba are not Semitic names and are borrowed, in fact, from Proto-Indo-Europeans, which is not common with Sumerian traditions. But we now know that Inanna and Ninurta would replace, in fact, Kubaba and Zababa as the tutelary deities of the city of Kish, which later became the city of Babylon. Inanna and Ninurta have parallels to Venus and Saturn in Roman mythology. And it could be how the king and queen, god of Israel, Yahweh and Asherah, became the head of the pantheon. The golden vines and satyrs in the temple of Yahweh, along with the observance of the Sabbath, reflects the Babylonian connections to Israelite tradition. In ancient Babylonia, the Akkadian word Shabum corresponds to the 15th day of the month as the day of quieting God's heart. These are the Akkadian words Sebbatum, meaning seventh day. The Babylonians observed the full moon as a day of rest and called it the Shabbat. Sabazios, the Phrygian descendant of this ancient deity, can be seen with the moon on his forehead. Possible early connections between Sabazios and his followers are indigenous mother goddess Phrygia Cybele may be reflected in Homer's brief reference to the youthful feats of Priam, who aided the Phrygians in their battles against the Amazons, an aspect of the compromised religious settlement, similar to other mythic adjustments throughout the Aegean culture, can be read in the later Phrygian king Gordius' adoption with Cybele of Midas. One of the native religion's creatures was the lunar bull. Sabatios' relation with the goddess may be surmised in the way that his horse places a hoof on the head of the bull in a Roman marble relief at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Whether or not this can be shown as direct influences or just indirect passing down of ideas through the cultural milieu is unknown, but I do think it shows that some aspects of religion are universal. It can be traced back to the beginning of civilization. Even the word holy itself, Proto-Indo-European word, which is hayeg, can be related to both the Greek hagios and the Vedic yagios. So, the word holy being common from one side of the continent to the other side of the continent shows that the religious rites are universally connected.
It's you, but you're me? Standout pieces at outstanding prices.
A 3% IRA match with Robinhood Gold. The reckoning has commenced.
Explorations is whale watching on a Zodiac.
Sharing a meal with a local family in Zimbabwe.
Walking through the flower market in Bangkok.
I don't want to just be a tourist. I want to get the experience.
That is the wonderful thing about travel. It really opens your mind.
Greetings, fellow Gnosis seekers, and welcome back to this captivating corner of curiosity on this delightful digital domain we call YouTube. Today, my dear wanderers of wisdom, lovers of Sophia, we embark on an expedition through time, uncovering remarkable truths about the cradle of civilization, the vibrant and diverse continent that we call Africa. Let me ask you a question. Where do we all come from? Before you even answer that question, let me just say something first. In my recent videos on oldest religions and oldest gods, we discussed Anu as the oldest god in written history, the Pelasgian creation story, the oldest reconstructed Genesis myth that exists, the Proto-Indo-European pantheon, which is the oldest reconstructed religious pantheon of gods that can be reconstructed using ancient languages before writing. But none of those answers the question, where do we all come from? Those are all good starting points, but those aren't where we come from. I mean, there's history before all those events. I'm talking about our origins as a magnificent species called Homo sapiens. Brace yourself, my inquisitive companions, for we shall dive headfirst into the mesmerizing depths of archaeology and uncover why Africa holds the coveted title of the motherland. Picture this: a vast African savanna, teeming with life, the sun casting its golden rays upon the land. It is here, in this awe-inspiring continent, that our ancestors embarked on an extraordinary journey, evolving over millions of years into the remarkable beings that we are today. Before Anu, before the Proto-Indo-European pantheon, before the Pelasgians inhabited the Mediterranean, Homo sapiens exited the realm of Africa, and they came from modern-day Ethiopia, and they went into 3 different directions. One direction towards the Black Sea Mediterranean world, another direction towards the Middle East, and another direction all the way to the east, where people inhabited these islands and Indian subcontinent. You see, Africa is not only our ancestral homeland, but it is the birthplace of humanity itself. But what proof do we have, you may wonder? Archaeological discoveries have unveiled the bones of our ancient kin, Homo sapiens, scattered across the African landscape, providing us with undeniable confirmation of Africa's role as our ancestral homeland. The deeper you go into these rock layers, the more prominent Homo sapiens are than other parts of the world. Let us take a moment to appreciate the incredible diversity found in Africa's archaeological wonders, from the fossil-rich lands of the Great Rift Valley to the breathtaking rock art of the Sahara. Each discovery paints a vivid picture of our shared heritage. These remnants of the past tells tales of human triumph, innovation, and adaptation, reminding us of the rich tapestry of cultures and civilizations that have thrived on this remarkable continent. Join me as we set our sights on the land of the pharaohs, the pyramids, and the enigmatic hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt, the pre-dynastic Egypt to be precise, the gateway that connects the fascinating civilization and written record history to the very heart of Africa. Egypt, with its mighty Nile River, was a thriving center of culture and innovation. But what many don't realize is that the roots of ancient Egyptian civilization stretch deep into the African soil. Through the intricate trade networks and cultural exchange, the influence of Africa can be seen in the art, customs, and even the deities worshipped by the pharaohs. Firstly, we have the extraordinary findings from the Great Rift Valley, a region that stretches across East Africa. Here in places like Ethiopia and Kenya, scientists have unearthed ancient fossils of our hominin ancestors dating back millions of years. These remarkable discoveries include the famous Lucy, an Australopithecus afarensis skeleton that offers a glimpse into our early evolution. But it doesn't stop there. Further excavations in the region have unearthed fossils belonging to our direct ancestors, Homo sapiens, dating back to 300,000 years ago. Yes, you heard that right. 300,000 years ago. Africa boasts the oldest known remains of our species, providing concrete evidence that our journey as Homo sapiens began on this very continent. The story of humans begins here, amidst the breathtaking landscapes and ancient savannas of this diverse and vibrant continent. Africa not only holds the oldest fossils of our species, but also carries the genetic imprints of our shared heritage. By understanding and appreciating Africa's pivotal role in our human story, we embrace the knowledge that we are all connected by our origins in this incredible continent. Lucy is a true superstar of paleoanthropology. Let me share with you why the discovery of this 3.2 million year old fossil skeleton was such a monumental breakthrough and what it meant for our understanding of human evolution. In 1974, a team of researchers led by the renowned paleoanthropologist Dr. Jonel Johansen made a groundbreaking find in the Afar region of Hadar, Ethiopia. They unearthed an almost complete fossil skeleton belonging to an early human ancestor of our species, whom they affectionately named Lucy, after the Beatles song Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Now, why was Lucy's discovery so important? Well, it's a game changer for several reasons. Firstly, Lucy belonged to the species Australopithecus afarensis, which provided crucial insights into the early stages of human evolution. She walked upright, like modern humans, but also possessed ape-like features, making her a transitional form between primate ancestors and ourselves. Lucy's skeleton was remarkably well preserved, comprising numerous bones, including the pelvis, limbs, and skull fragments. This level of completeness allowed scientists to reconstruct her anatomy and gain a deeper understanding of her locomotion, body proportions, and overall physiology. By studying Lucy's bones, researchers were able to deduce bipedalism, or walking on 2 feet, which is a crucial milestone in our evolutionary journey. Lucy's discovery also provided compelling evidence for the African origins of humanity. Her age, 3.2 million years old, firmly placing her within the timeline of early human evolution. Africa, with its diverse ecosystems and geological features, offered the ideal conditions for our ancestors to adapt and thrive. Lucy's existence challenges the previous notions that the evolution of Homo sapiens followed a linear progression. Instead, her discovery highlights the complex and branching nature of our family tree, with multiple species coexisting and evolving alongside each other for millions of years. In essence, Lucy's discovery was a transformative moment in paleoanthropology. It provides tangible evidence of our ancient past, showcasing our ancestors' ability and paving the way for further discoveries and insights into the evolutionary journey that eventually led to us, Homo sapiens. The oldest known religion in Ethiopia is a traditional belief system called either Ethiopian traditional religion or an Ethiopian indigenous faith. The religious practice predates the arrival of Christianity and Islam by thousands of years.
Night Zookeeper makes reading and writing fantastically fun. Learn more today.
Create your own sunshine with the new Jergens Natural Glow Brightening Daily Moisturizer and embrace a gradual tan infused with coconut oil and antioxidants. Nourish and brighten every day. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Looking for the coolest kids furniture? Nobody has more than Rooms to Go Kids. With the largest selection of kid-friendly beds, desks, and more. There's more ways to stay organized, more ways to play, more ways to save. Shop Rooms to Go Kids today.
What if your morning was just easier? At Wawa,
Morning.
it is. With everything you need to get your day moving.
Hi.
Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
It encompasses a wide range of spiritual beliefs and practices that have been passed down through generations and are deeply rooted in Ethiopian culture and heritage. The same place where Lucy was found, Ethiopia, the religion is characterized by its strong connection to nature, ancestral worship, and the belief in supernatural forces and spirits. It incorporates elements of animism, where various aspects of the natural world, such as rivers, mountains, and trees, are considered to possess spiritual essence and are revered accordingly. The practice of Ethiopian religion involves rituals, ceremonies, and offerings to appease and seek blessings from the ancestral spirits and deities. These rituals, often take place in sacred sites, such as forests, groves, mountains, or ancient stone structures known as mazgabas. It is important to note that the Ethiopian religion is not a homogeneous belief system, but rather a collection of diverse regional traditions and practices. Different ethnic groups within Ethiopia have their own unique variations of its indigenous faith, often incorporating local customs, beliefs, and cultural elements. With the spread of Christianity and Islam in Ethiopia, Ethiopian religion has experienced a decline in adherence, particularly in urban areas. However, it still holds significance and remains practiced by a considerable number of people, particularly in rural communities, where traditional beliefs and customs continue to thrive. The Aksumite religion, also known as Aksumite polytheism, refers to the religious practices and beliefs of the Aksumite Empire, the ancient kingdom located in present-day Ethiopia. The Aksumite civilization flourished from 2nd century BCE to the 7th century of the Common Era, and played a significant role in the region's history and culture. This kingdom was known to have adopted the religious customs of its ancestors that predates empire. So the religion predates the kingdom by many centuries and probably evolved from the Bronze Age to antiquity. It is generally understood that the Aksumite religion was a polytheistic belief system with a pantheon of deities worshipped by the people. The primary deity, known Mahrem, also known as Astar, was considered the supreme god and the protector of the Aksumite kingdom. Mahrem was associated with the sky, rain, and fertility, and the stars in the sky at night. The Aksumite kings, who held significant religious and political authority, were believed to be direct descendants of Mahrem, solidifying their divine status and legitimacy. In addition to Mahrem, the Aksumite pantheon included other gods and goddesses, such as Astar, Bahir, Medir, and Waraka. Each deity had specific domains and the worship of themselves for various purposes, including fertility, protection, agriculture, prosperity. The Aksumites practiced ancestor worship as well, believing the deceased ancestors played a role in the spiritual well-being and guidance of the living. They would honor and venerate their ancestors through rituals and offerings, seeking their blessings and assistance. Aksumite religion was closely intertwined with the political and cultural aspects of the empire. Temples and religious structures, such as the famous Stele of Aksum, were erected to honor the gods and commemorate the rulers. Ritual ceremonies and sacrifices were held to celebrate important events, agricultural cycles, and religious observances such as the summer solstice or winter solstices, or spring and fall equinoxes. The original Aksumite religion, as a distinct and separate faith, ceases to exist as Christianity took root in the region, and by the 7th and 8th centuries, Islam would end up taking control of all facets of culture, which continues today. The religion of pre-dynastic Sudan, known as ancient Nubia, is often referred to as the Nubian religion. Specific details about this Nubian religion are not extensively documented. Archaeological evidence and historical accounts provide some insights into the practices and beliefs. The Nubian religion shared several similarities with the ancient Egyptian religion, and there are significant cultural and religious exchange between the two regions throughout their history. Nubian deities, such as Dedun, the lion-headed god, associated with wealth and prosperity, and the lioness goddess of Nubia, had counterparts in the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Egyptian deities like Amun were also worshipped in Nubia. This exchange of gods and goddesses suggests a merging or borrowing of religious ideas and practices. Iconography and symbols, such as the Nubian religious art symbols, often displayed similar motifs to those found in ancient Egyptian art. Animal imagery, such as lions, bulls, and snakes, were significant in both of these religious cultures. The use of sacred symbols like the Ankh, which stands for eternal life, was shared between Nubians and Egyptians. Nubian burial practices, particularly in the Kerma culture, featured pyramids and tumuli, similar to the Egyptian pyramids and tombs. The belief in an afterlife and the provision of grave goods for the deceased were common in both cultures, indicating a shared concept of the importance of the afterlife. The close proximity and long history of interaction between Nubia and Egypt resulted in cultural exchange and political influence. As Egypt expanded its role into Nubia, Egyptian religious practices and beliefs spread into the region, integrating with existing Nubian religious traditions, and vice versa. Nubian religious traditions impacted the growing Egyptian religion. The Nubian rulers, especially during the period of the Kingdom of Kush, adopted religious titles from the Egyptians, and vice versa, further blending the religious practices of the two civilizations. The extent and depth of these influences can vary depending on the historical period and the specific Nubian and Egyptian cultures involved. Overall, religious practices and beliefs of pre-dynastic Sudan, specifically ancient Nubia, contributes to the religious landscape of the entire region. The Nubian-Egyptian religious connection highlights the interconnectedness of these ancient civilizations and the mutual influence they had on each other's religious and cultural development. Dedun is the ancient Nubian deity who played a significant role in the religious beliefs of the region. He is often depicted as a lion-headed god, associated with the wealth and prosperity and abundance. The worship of Dedun dates back to the early Nubian civilizations. The lion-headed representation of Dedun is reminiscent of the majestic and powerful qualities associated with lions, symbolizing strength and protection. Dedun was revered as the bringer of light and material possessions and agricultural fertility. He's also connected closely with the Nile River and the annual flooding, like Osiris was. The flooding of the Nile brought nutrient-rich sediments, enabling fertile soils and bountiful harvest. Dedun was believed to have the control over these waters and was regarded as the bestower of the river's life-giving properties.
Night Zookeeper makes reading and writing fantastically fun. Learn more today.
Many women choose to carry a child for someone else. They do it to help others grow their families, be role models for their children, or because they enjoyed pregnancy. So if any of these reasons resonate with you, visit surrogacy.com to learn more.
Teatro Martini presents a vaudeville variety review featuring singers, comedic actors, and one-of-a-kind specialty acts. Fine dining with a side of chaos and fun. Visit vaudevillefl.com.
Nubian rulers and elites often sought the favor and blessings of Dedun for their kingdom's prosperity and success. He was considered a patron deity of the rulers, protecting their wealth and ensuring prosperity of the realms. Dedun's importance is reflected in the various inscriptions and monuments dedicated to him by the Nubian kings, particularly during the kingdom of Kush's zenith. The influence of Dedun extended beyond Nubia as his worship is also spread into Egypt. Dedun was associated with Nubia and revered alongside Egyptian deities, but he was also equated with the Egyptian god Osiris, further highlighting the interconnectedness of these two regions. Although Dedun's prominence waned with the decline of the Kingdom of Kush and the advent of Christianity and Islam, his legacy can still be glimpsed in the archaeological remains and inscriptions left behind. The lion-headed god remains an intriguing figure, representing the Nubian people's deep connection to the natural world, their aspirations for wealth and abundance, and their reverence for the life-giving properties of the Nile. Through the worship of Dedun, the Nubian people sought to cultivate prosperity and ensure the well-being of their communities, emphasizing the significance of material wealth and agricultural fertility in their religious worldview. Today, Dedun stands as a testament to the rich and diverse religious traditions that once thrived in ancient Nubia, offering a glimpse into the spiritual beliefs of this fascinating civilization. Sekhmet is indeed a prominent goddess in ancient Egyptian mythology, known as the lioness-headed goddess of war, healing, and protection. The connection between the Nubian lion-headed goddess and the Sekhmet goddess lies in the cultural and religious interactions between Nubia and Egypt. Nubia and Egypt had a long history of contact and exchange, which including these sharing of beliefs. Sekhmet embodied these qualities and was often depicted wearing a lioness headdress. She was believed to possess the ferocity and healing aspects associated with lions. The ancient religion of Kemet, also known as the ancient Egyptian religion, was practiced in the region of Egypt and Africa. It was a complex and rich belief system that evolved over thousands of years. The religion was polytheistic, meaning it worshipped multiple gods and goddesses. And the ancient Egyptians believed in the existence of a divine hierarchy, with the pharaoh being considered a god on earth. They believed that the gods controlled every aspect of life, from natural forces to human destiny. Some of the most important gods and goddesses in the Kemet religion included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Isis, the goddess of magic and fertility. And there's also Horus, the divine child. The ancient Egyptians believed in a concept of an afterlife, where the soul would continue to exist after death. They believed that the deceased would undergo a judgment process, where the heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was lighter than the feather, they would be granted eternal life in the afterlife. The Kemet religion also involved elaborate rituals and ceremonies, including the construction of temples and tombs. The temples and tombs were dedicated to specific gods and were considered the dwelling places of the gods on earth. The tombs would also ensure safe passage of the deceased into the afterlife. Kemet played a significant role in the daily lives of ancient Egyptians, including their art, architecture, and political structure. It was a central part of their identity and provided them with a sense of purpose and order in the world. In fact, the word Kemet is the original name for Egypt itself, and Egypt is a name given by the Greeks. Kemet religion was deeply ingrained in the culture and society of ancient Egypt. The beliefs and practices of Kemet shaped the way for the Egyptians and how they viewed the world. The ancient Egyptians built magnificent temples and tombs to honor their gods and ensure a prosperous afterlife. Overall, the influence of Kemet religion on Egyptian society was immense. An area known to archaeologists as Wadi Halfa in modern-day Sudan, which used to be called Upper Egypt, has some of the oldest known structures in the world, discovered in Egypt by the archaeologist Waldemar Chmielewski along the southern border of Wadi Halfa, Sudan. The structures found here are dated to 100,000 BCE. The remains of the structures are oval depressions, about 30 centimeters deep, 2 by 1 meters across. Many are lined with flat sandstone slabs, which served as tent rings, supporting dome-like shelter of skins or brush. This type of dwelling provided a place to live. If necessary, could be taken down easily and moved. They were mobile structures, easily disassembled, moved, and reassembled, providing hunter-gatherers with semi-permanent habitation. The oldest religious belief system in this region is called the Dinka religion. The Dinka religion is an indigenous belief system practiced by the Dinka people of South Sudan, which became a part of what was later known as Upper Egypt. These are the southern realms of the Egyptian dynasty. It is a traditional African religion that has been passed down through generations and is deeply rooted in the cultural and spiritual traditions of the Dinka community. The Dinka religion belongs to the African traditional religions. Dinka, like the other African traditional religions, is characterized by a strong connection to nature, ancestral veneration, and the belief in spirits and supernatural forces. It revolves around the worship of a supreme deity, Neolek, which translates to God, who is believed to be the creator and sustainer of the universe. Ancestors also hold a significant place in the Dinka pantheon, with rituals and offerings conducted to honor and seek the guidance of the ancestors. The Egyptian religion also deifies the pharaohs and venerates ancestors in their tombs in the same way the Dinka people tend to do the burial sites. The concept of Maat in Egypt is comparable to the Dinka belief in cosmic order. The religion of pre-dynastic Egypt refers to religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians before the establishment of centralized dynastic rule, which began around 3100 BCE. Pre-dynastic Egypt spanned a long period of time. The religious practices evolved and developed over centuries. The religion of pre-dynastic Egypt is characterized by animism, a belief in the presence of spirits or deities, and natural elements of objects. The ancient Egyptians perceived the world as populated by a multitude of supernatural entities that controlled various aspects of life. During this period, animal worship played a significant role in religious practices. Animals, such as crocodiles, hippos, snakes, and bulls, were considered sacred and often associated with specific deities. The Egyptians believed that these animals possessed divine qualities and acted as intermediaries between the human and divine realms. The worship of ancestors and spirits of the deceased was also prevalent during the pre-dynastic period. Ancestral spirits were believed to have influence and could intercede.
It's you, but you're me?
Night Zookeeper makes reading and writing fantastically fun. Learn more today.
Huge news. You can get a son of for just $3. Wait, I said son of. Look at the words. Son of Baconator is $3. Thank you. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
Standout pieces at outstanding prices.
on behalf of the living. So in turn, rituals and offerings were made to honor and appease these spirits, seeking their protection and guidance. Cosmological beliefs were an integral part of the pre-dynastic Egyptian religion. Sky deities such as Horus and Nut represented the heavens, while earth and fertility deities like Geb and Hathor were associated with the land's abundance. The worship of natural phenomena, such as the sun and the Nile River and other natural elements, played a crucial role in pre-dynastic Egyptian religion. The sun, personified as the god Ra or Atum, was highly revered as the source of life and vitality. The Nile River, known as Hapi, was seen as the lifeblood of Egypt, providing fertility and sustenance to the land. As pre-dynastic Egypt transitions into the dynastic period, these religious beliefs and practices continue to evolve and become more complex. These deities became more anthropomorphic, with human-like characteristics and intricate mythological narratives surrounding their roles and interactions. In Egyptian religion and philosophy, Ma'at is a fundamental concept that encompasses the ideas of order, balance, harmony, justice, and truth. It was both a cosmic and ethical concept that guided the beliefs and behaviors of the ancient Egyptians. Ma'at was personified as a goddess, often depicted as a woman with an ostrich feather on her head, symbolizing truth and balance. She was considered a daughter of the sun, Ra, and played a central role in the divine order of the universe. The concept of Ma'at was integral to the Egyptian cosmology and the functioning of society. It was believed that Ma'at provided the foundation for the existence of the world, ensuring its stability and continuation. The gods themselves were seen as upholders of Ma'at, and their actions were expected to be in alignment with this cosmic principle. On the earthly realm, Ma'at served as a moral and ethical guide for human behavior. It emphasized the importance of maintaining balance, justice, and truth in all aspects of life. The ancient Egyptians believed that living in accordance with Ma'at was essential for personal happiness, societal harmony, and the overall well-being of the kingdom. Ma'at was often associated with the rule of the pharaoh, who was considered the intermediary between the divine and human realms. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Ma'at, ensuring the just governance of the kingdom and well-being of its people. The ancient Egyptian courts were responsible for upholding justice and maintaining Ma'at in society. The weighing of the heart ceremony, depicted in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, dating back to the Copper Age in 2000 BCE, symbolizes the judgment of the deceased actions in the afterlife, determining whether they lived in accordance with Ma'at. Later on, and even in modern times, the concept of maktub in Islam can be understood as destiny in the cosmic order, which was possibly influenced by the concept of Ma'at. Islam, however, is not even close to being the first monotheistic religion to touch Africa. Egyptian Atonism, also known as the Amarna Revolution or the worship of the Aten, refers to a monotheistic religious movement that emerged during the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten during the 14th century BCE. It marked a significant departure from the traditional polytheistic beliefs and religious practices of ancient Egypt. Akhenaten, who ruled from approximately 1353 to 1336 BCE, initiated the Atenist movement. The Aten was a solar deity representing the sun's disk with rays extending down to touch and nurture life on Earth. Akhenaten elevated the Aten to the supreme deity, declaring it the sole god worthy of worship. and changed his own name to Akhenaten, meaning effective for the Aten. The reasons for the emergence of Atenism are complex and not entirely clear. Some scholars believe that Akhenaten's religious reform was influenced by personal beliefs, political motivations, or a desire to consolidate power. Akhenaten's reign saw significant political and religious changes, including a shift in the capital city from Thebes to a newly constructed city called Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna. Atenism emphasized the worship of Aten as a singular, all-encompassing deity. It advocated for the idea of a universal and benevolent God who created and sustained all life. Akhenaten sought to eradicate the worship of all the ancient deities and close the temples dedicated to them, centralizing religious worship around the Aten. His ideas failed. After his death, nobody wanted to continue the tradition. The art and iconography during the Atenist period depicted the Aten as a radiant sun disk with rays extending downward, terminating in hands that offered symbols of life and the Ankh. The art reflected a new artistic style characterized by naturalistic and intimate representations of the royal family, deviating from the more idealized and formalized artistic conventions of previous periods. Atenism's influence was short-lived. As I mentioned, after his death, his son Tutankhamun reversed the religious reforms, restoring traditional polytheistic worship of multiple deities. The religious practices and artistic styles of the Atenist period were largely erased, and references to Akhenaten and Atenism were deliberately suppressed during the succeeding dynasties. Phoenician voyagers of the early Iron Age after the Bronze Age collapse would come to leave an impact on the religion in North Africa. The oldest religion of ancient Carthage were centered around the worship of a pantheon of deities, with a primary focus on Baal Haman, also known as Baal or Melkart, and his consort Tanit. This religious tradition is often referred to as the Punic religion, named after the Punic people who inhabited Carthage and its surrounding territories. The Punic religion of Carthage had its roots in the Phoenician religious practices, as Carthage was founded by Phoenician colonists from the city of Tyre in the 9th century BCE. Over time, the Carthaginians developed their distinct religious beliefs and rituals, influenced by their own cultural context and interactions with other Mediterranean civilizations. Baal Hamon was considered the chief deity of Carthaginian pantheon and represented the power of the sun, fertility, and agricultural abundance. He was often depicted as a bearded figure with a crown or horn headdress, sitting on a throne and holding symbols of power. Baal Hamon was associated with life, growth, and prosperity, and his worship played a central role in the religious and social life of the Carthaginian people. Tanit, the consort of Baal, was a goddess associated with fertility, motherhood, and the protection of women. She was often depicted as a seated figure holding the symbol of life and surrounded by the symbols of fertility and abundance. Other deities worshipped by the Carthaginians included Melkart, a variant of Heracles and Eshmun, a healing god, and Dagon, a god associated with grain and agriculture. Each deity had its own specific attributes and domains, and the Carthaginians would invoke and offer sacrifices to these deities for various purposes, including protection, fertility, and prosperity. The Carthaginian religious practices included rituals, ceremonies, and sacrifices conducted at temples and sanctuaries. Animal sacrifices, including bulls and sheep and goats, were common, and these offerings were believed to establish a connection between the human and divine realms. Sadly, much of the Carthaginian religious practices, including their religious texts and records, were lost or destroyed over time, The fall of Carthage in 146 BCE to the Romans further contributed to the decline and suppression of Carthaginian religious traditions. As a result, our knowledge of the oldest religion of ancient Carthage is incomplete and subject to ongoing scholarly debates. If we move deeper into West Africa away from Carthage, we do have some sources by the ancients on who these people were who inhabited this region. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, often referred to as the father of history, mentioned a group of people called the Atlantes in his writings. According to Herodotus, the Atlantes were a Libyan tribe living in the western part of North Africa. Herodotus describes the Atlantes as a people who live near the Atlas Mountains, which are located in present-day Morocco and Algeria. He mentions that they were skilled warriors, known for their use of chariots, and were considered to be a powerful and warlike tribe. Herodotus wrote during the 5th century BCE, several centuries after the time he claims to be reporting on, and his works often blend historical facts with mythological and legendary elements. Now, if we travel more southward from here, we come to the Yoruba people of ancient Nigeria. The Yoruba people are a West African ethnic group who mainly inhabit parts of Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. The religion of these people appears to be much like Greco-Roman paganism, but much older, and with a fascinating pantheon of deities who are responsible for different roles. For example, Eshu. Eshu, also known as Elegba or Eshu, is a prominent deity in the Asesi or Orisha religion of the Yoruba people, who primarily reside in West Africa. He is considered a complex and multifaceted divinity, often described as a trickster, a messenger, and mediator between humans and other Orishas, as well as between humans and Olodumare, the supreme being. Eshu is believed to be the primordial deity who emerged, like Thanes does, in Hesiod's Theogony, the realm of the divine. He is often depicted as a young man wearing traditional Yoruba attire and carrying a staff or a cane. One of his distinct features is his association with crossroads, symbolizing the intersections of different paths and possibilities. Eshu is known for teaching people that there is always more than one truth, and there is always two sides to every argument. As a trickster, Eshu is known for his mischievous nature and unpredictable behavior. He challenges conventions, tests people's moral character, and disrupts order to bring about growth and transformation. Eshu's trickery is not inherently malicious, but serves as a means of teaching important lessons and encouraging individuals to make ethical choices. It is believed that Eshu carries prayers, sacrifices, and offerings from humans to the divine realm, just as Hermes and Thoth did in Greek and Egyptian religion. He acts as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms, an angel, if you will, a messenger, like Mithras, facilitating communication and interaction between the two sides. In the Yoruba religious ceremonies and rituals, Eshu is often invoked at the beginning as a gatekeeper and protector. His presence is necessary to open the channels of communication and ensure that offerings and prayers reach the intended recipients. Rituals dedicated to Eshu typically involve offerings of palm oil, cola nuts, and alcoholic beverages like wine, which are believed to appease him, like Bacchus. He's often translated by the Islamic critics as the devil or the evil being, but in truth, he is neither of these. He is best referred to as the trickster, as he deals a hand of misfortune to those that do not offer tribute or are deemed to be spiritual novices. He's also regarded as the divine messenger, prime negotiator between negative and positive forces, and the body and an enforcer of the law of being. He is said to assist in enhancing the power derived from herbal medicines and other forms of esoteric technology like alchemy. The Yoruba people believe that Eshu, along with other Orishas and divinities, have been present since the beginning of time and continue to exist in the spiritual realm. Their existence is not limited by human conceptions of time, as they are timeless and transcend the temporal world. Orishas are considered to be intermediaries between the supreme being, known as Oludumare or Oluran. They are seen as accessible and approachable deities who can be invoked. According to Alex Guochu, Oludumare, Oluran, is the supreme almighty god of the Yoruba people and not an Orisha. He has been wrongfully portrayed by early missionaries to West Africa and the African diaspora as a distant but powerful god whose endeavors and dwellings are obscure. However, contrary to the missionaries and the diaspora's view, Oludumare is a powerful god that is always present in everything, even though he is above the Orishas and all people on earth. Abatala is the Sky Father, the creator deity associated with wisdom, purity, and justice. He is often depicted as an old man and revered as the father of all the Orishas. Sango is the deity of thunder, lightning, and justice. He represents power, courage, and masculinity. Yamoja is the goddess of the sea, motherhood, and fertility, and she is seen as the nurturing and protective figure associated with compassion and healing. Ogun is the deity of iron, war, and technology. He symbolizes strength, craftsmanship, and determination. Oya, the goddess of wind, storms, and change. She represents transformation, female power, and the spirit of the marketplace. Osun, or Orshun, is the deity of the rivers, love, fertility, and beauty. She is associated with femininity, sensuality, and abundance. These are just a few examples, as there are numerous Orishas recognized in the Yoruba religious practices. The worship of these Orishas involves various ceremonies, rituals, and offerings. These can include drums, prayers, dancing, divination, and revelry, and the presentation of specific foods and drinks and potions as offerings. Devotees seek the favor, guidance, and protection and blessings of the Orishas in these rites, and oftentimes have psychedelic experiences similar to the Eleusinian mysteries of Athens. It is important to note that the worship of these Orishas extends beyond Nigeria. It has been influencing all the areas that have adopted various parts of the African diaspora, particularly even in the Americas, after slavery brought these ideas over to the West. In these regions, the Yoruba religious practices merge with other cultural and spiritual traditions, giving rise to syncretic religions such as Santeria in Cuba and Voodoo in Haiti. These traditions, even including Eshu as the divine trickster, date back to before 1000 BCE, before the collapse of the Bronze Age, and they had a continuous tradition. Over time, the religious practices and the beliefs of the Yoruba people evolved and developed, incorporating influences from various sources, including other indigenous African traditions. While the transatlantic slave trade and forced migration of Africans to the Americas, Yoruba religious traditions and the worships of orishas spread to various parts of the African diaspora, particularly Cuba, Brazil, and Haiti, and also Trinidad and Tobago and other Caribbean and Latin American countries. One of the main practices that evolved from this trade is voodoo. The origins of voodoo, also known as Vodou, in Africa can be traced back for thousands of years. It emerged as a syncretic religion that developed through the blending of various indigenous African beliefs, with influences of Christianity and other external factors. Voodoo has its roots in Western Africa, particularly in the regions that are now present-day Benin, Togo, and Nigeria. The voodoo doll commonly refers to an effigy that is typically used for the insertion of pins. Such practices are found in various forms of magical traditions of the ancient Africans. While the specific age of voodoo, as we know it today, cannot be pinpointed, its historical and cultural roots extend deep into the ancient African traditions of magic that preceded it. Voodoo represents the resilient and vibrant spiritual tradition that embodies the ancestral wisdom and cultural heritage of African peoples. The spread of Islam across Africa was a gradual and complex process that occurred over several centuries. Islam was introduced to the African continent through various means of including trade networks, migration, and missionary activities, as well as warfare and forced conversion. The spread of Islam has had a profound impact on the socio-cultural, political, and religious landscape of all of Africa. The initial contact between Islam and Africa can be traced back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad in the 7th century. Muslim traders from the Arabian Peninsula established trade routes that connected the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean with the East African coast. One of the earliest regions to embrace Islam was North Africa. Muslim armies from Arabia, known as the Arab Conquest, expanded into Egypt and Maghreb, bringing Islam with them. The Umayyad Caliphate established control over North Africa, leading the conversion of local Berber tribes and the formation of Islamic states, such as the Fatimid Caliphate. Muslim merchants, such as the Berbers and later the Saharan Arabs, established commercial networks that spanned from North Africa to the regions of present-day Mali. Islam gradually gained influence among the ruling elites and urban centers, resulting in the emergence of powerful Islamic states such as the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire. Timbuktu became a cultural mecca of the world. The Swahili city-states became centers of Islamic culture and commerce, blending African and Arab influences. Islam spread further inland through intermarriage, trade, and the establishment of the Islamic educational centers. Islam became a vehicle for cultural exchange, bringing new architectural styles, educational institutions, trade networks. This led to the development of diverse Islamic movements, such as the Sufi Brotherhoods, which incorporated local customs and beliefs into their own spiritual practices. Before Islam spread all over the African continent, Christianity had its rise and reign of supreme. The Nag Hammadi Christians, also known as the Nag Hammadi Library or the Gnostic Gospels, refer to a collection of ancient texts discovered in 1945 near the ancient town of Nag Hammadi in Upper Egypt. These texts are significant for shedding a light on a branch of early Christianity known as Gnosticism. In December of 1945, a group of local farmers discovered a large jar containing a collection of ancient manuscripts buried in the desert near Nag Hammadi. These texts were written in Coptic, an Egyptian language that used the Greek alphabet. The manuscripts were found to contain a diverse range of religious and philosophical texts, including Gnostic Christian writings previously unknown or lost to history. Gnostic teachings emphasize the acquisition of gnosis, or spiritual knowledge, as the means to achieve salvation and liberation from the material world. The Gnostics of Egypt believed that the material world was imperfect and the domain of a lesser deity known as the demiurge. They saw themselves as spiritual beings trapped within physical bodies, seeking to reunite with the divine realm. The Nag Hammadi library consisted of 52 texts, including various Gnostic Gospels, apocryphal works, and philosophical treatises, such as the Gospel of Thomas, a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus that may be the oldest known source of the words of Jesus on the planet, and it's found in Egypt. Overall, the Nag Hammadi Christians, through their writings, give a glimpse into the diverse religious landscape of early Christianity before Islam and contribute to our understanding of the rich tapestry of religious thought in the ancient world. The Ethiopians, who claim to have the Ark of the Covenant, are members of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. According to their religious tradition, the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred chest to hold the tablets of the Ten Commandments given to Moses by God, was brought to Ethiopia and has been preserved in the country for centuries. The belief is that the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. The legend tells of its journey from Jerusalem to Ethiopia during the time of King Solomon. According to the Ethiopian tradition, the Queen of Sheba, also known as Makeda, visited King Solomon in Jerusalem and returned to Ethiopia bearing a son, Menelik. It is believed that Menelik brought the Ark of the Covenant with him, hiding it in Ethiopia, where it has since been remained. The Ark of the Covenant, known as the Tabot in Ethiopian Christianity, is considered the holiest of relics by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The Ethiopian Church maintains a strong connection to the Ark of the Covenant, and its presence is central to their religious practices and beliefs. Africa is a diverse continent with a wide range of religious beliefs and practices. The religious landscape of Africa is complex, with a blend of indigenous African religions, Islam, Christianity, and other religions. Indigenous African religions encompass a diverse range of traditional beliefs and practices. These religions often emphasize the worship of ancestors. It is estimated to be around 10 to 20% of the African population. Islam, however, holds approximately 40 to 50% of all of Africans. Christianity, estimated to be 30 to 40% of Africa. In addition, there are several minority religion slivers in Africa. These include Judaism, Hinduism, Sikhism, the Baha'i faith, and other various syncretic religions that blend elements of indigenous beliefs with other religious traditions. The percentage of these people hold about 5% of the whole category. And there you have it, the incredible journey of humanity, tracing our roots back to the cradle of civilization, Africa. From the momentous discoveries of Lucy, the ancient fossil skeleton that unveiled our earliest human ancestors, to the grand civilizations of Egypt that left an indelible mark on the entire world, Africa has been the forefront of our collective story. Not only did Africa give birth to Homo sapiens, but it also nurtured the diverse tapestry of religions that have shaped our spiritual landscapes. From the enchanting Yoruba traditions with the primordial divinities to the mystical practices of the Nubian lion-headed goddess, influencing the powerful deities of Isis and Sekhmet. Africa's religious heritage is a testament to its rich cultural fabric. thank you for joining us on this captivating exploration. From the awe-inspiring pyramids to the enigmatic Sphinx, the Egyptians left a legacy that still reverberates through time. Their wisdom and knowledge permeated the world, influencing art, architecture, and even the development of early science. So, as we reflect on the ancient wonders and the enduring legacy of Africa, let us remember that our own story, our own very existence, is intertwined with its remarkable continent. Africa is the birthplace of humanity and the wellspring of inspiration. Sumerian stories have had significant influence on various aspects of ancient Near Eastern literature, including the Hebrew Bible, also called the Torah, and the Tanakh. It's important to note that the Bible is a collection of texts written by different authors over a long period of time, and its composition was influenced by various cultural and literary traditions, including those of the Sumerians. Sumerians were an ancient civilization that flourished in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, around 4000 to 2000 BCE. They left behind a rich literary tradition, including mythological and epic texts. Some of the Sumerian stories and motifs that influenced the Bible. The Sumerian creation myth, known as the Enuma Elish, bears similarities to the creation account found in the book of Genesis. Both narratives involve the establishment of order from chaos and the separation of the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:2 states that the earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the earth, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Notice how the waters are plural. In the Enuma Elish, it is two waters known as Apsu and Tiamat. Hebrew for deep is Tehom. The word for Tiamat is cognate for deep. So not only is there a connection between the way the story is written off the rip, but we also have cognates in the language, the two waters being Apsu and Tiamat, the primeval waters, just as the surface of the deep hovering over the waters. The Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh contains a flood narrative that predates the biblical account of Noah's flood by thousands of years. The similarities between the two stories, such as the construction of an ark, the preservation of animals, and sending out a dove to find land, suggest that the biblical flood story may have drawn inspiration from the Sumerian tradition. Sumerians developed one of the earliest known legal codes, known as the Code of Ur-Nammu. This influenced subsequent legal codes of the ancient Near East, including the biblical laws found in the books of Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. Similarities in themes and regulations, such as the concept of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, the exact same phrase is found in Sumerian law codes. Now, this is a very specific thing to say, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, which shows up in the Code of Hammurabi, shows up in Leviticus when Yahweh tells Moses, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. These regulations regarding property and slavery suggest a shared legal heritage. The biblical book of Proverbs bears similarities to Sumerian wisdom literature, such as the instructions of Shuruppak, just like the instructions of Amen-Ope, which I'll get to later. Both of these texts offer moral and practical advice on various aspects of life. Hebrew authors and editors transformed and adapted these Sumerian stories to fit the religious and cultural context. The influence of the Sumerian literature is evident in the themes, motifs, and narrative structures found in the Hebrew Bible. This influence is a part of a broader cultural exchange and continuity in the ancient Near East. Ugaritic stories, specifically those discovered in ancient city of Ugarit, modern-day Syria, have also had an impact on the development of biblical literature. Ugarit was a flourishing city-state during the Late Bronze Age, from 1400 to 1200 BCE, and its texts, written in cuneiform script, provide valuable insights into the religious and cultural milieu of the ancient Near East. The Ugaritic texts contain myths, epic poems, and ritual texts that have parallels and influences on certain aspects of the Hebrew Bible. The Baal Cycle, most famous Ugaritic text, a collection of mythological texts about the Canaanite god Baal. The Baal Cycle shares similarities with biblical narratives, particularly in the portrayal of a divine conflict between a storm god and the forces of chaos. These parallels can be seen in passages of the Psalms that describe Yahweh's victory over chaos and the sea, and descriptions of Yahweh's control over the elements. Baal defeats the Leviathan, just as Yahweh defeats the Leviathan in Psalms. Ugaritic texts depict a divine assembly, or a council of gods, with El as the head deity. This assembly plays a role in divine decision-making and governance. Similar concepts are found in the Hebrew Bible, where Yahweh provides over a heavenly council, as seen in passages like Psalm 82 and Job 1:6. Psalm 82 saying, El presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods, the Elohim. But also Job 1:6 states, Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before El, and Satan came also among them. Both of these texts are not even hiding the fact that there are lesser gods below the high God, who is El. Ritual and liturgical texts contain descriptions of religious rituals and liturgies performed in honor of various Ugaritic deities. These texts offer insights into the religious practices and beliefs of the ancient Near East. Some scholars suggest the elements of the Ugaritic rituals may have influenced certain aspects of Israelite worship, such as the structure and content of psalms and other poetic texts. The Ugaritic language, closely related to Hebrew, provides linguistic and lexical parallels that shed light on certain biblical terms and expressions. The study of Ugaritic has helped scholars better understand and interpret Hebrew words and phrases found in the Bible. Egyptian stories and cultural influence are evident in various aspects of the Hebrew Bible. Egypt, a powerful and influential civilization in the Near East, had significant impact on the development of Israelite culture and religious beliefs. The story of the Exodus, which describes the liberation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, is one of the central narratives in the Bible. The biblical account shares the same thematic elements and motifs with the Egyptian literature, such as the idea of the divine deliverer and confrontation between a powerful ruler and figure chosen by God. While the Exodus story primarily reflects Israelite perspectives, it is likely that the historical experience of the Hyksos leaving Egypt may have influenced this narrative. Some Judeo-Christian scholars try to link these as the same event. However, this is not likely considering the dates are separated by several centuries. Within the Hyksos period, we don't see a Moses or a Joshua or Aaron. And the Exodus story is likely a legend because even the Pharaoh is not named. If this was a real story, the Pharaoh should just be named, and scholars would be able to point to these events because we have so much data on every single Pharaoh. We'd be able to know which of these pharaohs lines up with this story. The assumption that this was Pharaoh Ramses is not likely, due to the fact that Ramses conquers Canaan, and in the text of the biblical story, he fails to catch up to the Israelites, which is the opposite of what happens with Ramses. In fact, after Ramses, the land of Canaan was under Egyptian occupation for another 200 years, which would not make any sense if Moses and the Israelites were setting up the covenant during this time under Egyptian occupation. The biblical book of Proverbs contains wisdom sayings and teachings that are similar to those found in ancient Egyptian wisdom literature, such as the instructions of Amen-Ope. In fact, some of the manuscripts from the Septuagint actually still have Amen-Ope in the text. Both traditions emphasize ethical conduct, practical advice for daily life, and the pursuit of wisdom. Egyptian religious symbolism and imagery can be found in certain biblical texts. For example, in the book of Ezekiel, the prophets use symbols reminiscent of Egyptian religious motifs to convey his message. The portrayal of Pharaoh as a powerful ruler and the imagery associated with the Egyptian gods and goddesses also demonstrate the cultural influence of Egypt. Here on the stone of Hezekiah, you can see an Egyptian ankh present. The use of hymnic and liturgical elements in the Hebrew Bible shows similarities to Egyptian religious practices. The Psalms contain hymns of praise and worship that share structural and thematic resemblances to ancient Egyptian hymns and prayers. Some of the legal concepts in the Hebrew Bible bear similarities to Egyptian legal traditions, just as the Sumerian and Babylonian texts do. The Canaanites arguably have the most influence on the Hebrew Bible. The Canaanite pantheon of gods was a diverse and complex system of deities worshipped by the ancient Canaanites, land that would be present-day Israel right now, who inhabited the region corresponding to present-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and parts of Jordan and Syria. Here are some key gods and goddesses from the Canaanite pantheon. Number 1, El. The same name as the god of the Hebrew Bible. El is the chief deity in the Canaanite pantheon and was associated with authority, kingship, and wisdom. He's often depicted as an aged and bearded figure. El presided over a divine council and held a central position in the Canaanite religious beliefs. His son was Baal. Baal was one of the most prominent gods in Canaanite pantheon. He was associated with the storms, fertility, and agricultural abundance. Baal was depicted as a powerful warrior wielding a lightning bolt, symbolizing his control over the forces of nature. El had a wife named Asherah, the consort of El, considered the mother goddess in Canaanite religion, the queen of heaven. She represented fertility, motherhood, and nurturing. Asherah was often depicted as the divine mother figure, sometimes portrayed alongside a sacred tree or a pole representing her presence. Anat was a fierce and warlike goddess associated with battle, violence, protection, and wisdom. Like Athena, Anat was depicted as a warrior goddess, often shown with a bow, a spear, or a shield. Astarte, also known as Ashtaroth, was the goddess associated with love, beauty, and sexuality. She was considered the patron of fertility, both in terms of human production and agricultural abundance. Astarte was depicted as a sensual goddess, adorned with jewelry and symbols of fertility. Dagon, associated with agriculture, grain, fertility. He was often depicted as a fish-like deity, symbolizing abundance with fertility linked to water and agricultural prosperity. Last, but certainly not least, Yahweh, often referred to as Yahu, the deity associated with a specific region or tribe, rather than being a central figure in the broader Canaanite pantheon. The understanding of Yahweh's role in the Canaanite religion is complex and subject to ongoing scholarly debate. He was a tribal deity. He's also one of the sons of El. There are some who suggest that Yahweh and Baal are interchangeable depending on the location both being the son of El, and both being extremely important as princes of the pantheon. This may play into the later tradition of the Hebrew Bible, where the priests of Yahweh are battling with the priests of Baal, such as the story of Elijah and Jezebel. Another perspective suggests that Yahweh emerged through a process of syncretism, wherein the worship of Yahweh merged with elements of Canaanite religious beliefs and practices. This view posits that Yahweh began as a local deity, later absorbed attributes and roles from other Canaanite gods such as El and Baal. Canaanite stories have significant impact on the Hebrew Bible, given the close historical and cultural connections between the Israelites and Canaanites. The Canaanites were the indigenous inhabitants of the land of Canaan, which encompasses modern-day Israel. Canaanite mythology and religious beliefs, cultic practices such as the sacrifices, offerings, and temple worship. Biblical texts frequently mention Israelite interactions with Canaanite religious practices, often presenting them negatively, that Israelites should avoid them. The Canaanite practices and the Israelites' response to them are discussed in the context of idolatry and the centralization of worship in Jerusalem. The absorption of the Canaanite El into the Yahweh religion is a complex process that took place over an extended period of time. El, the chief deity in the pantheon, associated with the authority, kingship, and divine counsel, becomes one and the same with his own son, Yahweh. And throughout the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh and El, or El Elyon, which means God Most High, are interchangeable and mean the same thing at some points. The biblical texts even refer to Yahweh as El Elyon, emphasizing his identification with the supreme deity. This suggests that the early Israelites may have seen Yahweh as a manifestation or an aspect of El. As the Israelites settled in Canaan, they likely interacted and assimilated elements of Canaanite culture and religious practices. The worship of El may have influenced the evolving understanding of Yahweh, with El's attributes and characteristics merging with those ascribed to Yahweh. The process of syncretism, wherein deities from different religious traditions are combined or identified with each other, likely played a role. Over time, the Israelites established their religious identity. There may have been a merging of El and Yahweh, resulting in the understanding of Yahweh as the primary deity, supreme authority. El's association with the divine council, consisting of subordinate deities, can be seen in both Canaanite and early Israelite traditions. As the Israelite religion developed, the concept of divine council was retained, but with Yahweh as the head of the council. The Phoenician stories and cultural influences left their mark on certain aspects of the Hebrew Bible. The Phoenicians, which are the purple people called by the Greeks, are an ancient seafaring people who inhabited the coastal region of modern-day Lebanon, had significant interactions with the Israelites, leading to the cultural exchanges and influences. With direct evidence of Phoenician stories in the Bible, the Neoplatonist writer Porphyry stating that a priest named Sanchoniathon of Beirut wrote the truest history because he obtained the records from Hierombolus, priest of Yahweh, that Sanchoniathon dedicated his history to Abibel, king of Beirut, and it was approved by the king and other investigators, the date of this writing being around 1200 BCE. In this text, El, who is also called Kronos, sacrifices his only begotten son, Yehud, as an offering to his Father in heaven, and then circumcises himself, and decreed from that day forward that all of his offspring must also circumcise themselves in honor of Aranos. And El was deified as the star Saturn, Saturday being the same day as the Sabbath. This story is clearly borrowed by the Hebrew scribes for the book of Genesis, when Abraham who is offering his only begotten son, Isaac, as an offering to El. But in this case, an angel stops him. However, like in the Phoenician myth, it is Abraham who is the first patriarch to circumcise himself and make this a custom among the Israelites for all males. The Israelites had a tendency to synthesize elements from neighboring cultures, and the Phoenicians played a role in this process. The worship of Canaanite deities, including Baal and Asherah, found its way into Israelite religious practices, as described in the Hebrew Bible. These influences can be seen in the biblical narratives of Israelite idolatry and their struggle to remain faithful to only Yahweh. Phoenician expertise in craftsmanship and maritime trade likely influenced the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem, known as the Solomon Temple. Phoenician artisans and materials were involved in the construction, and some architectural and artistic elements may have been influenced by Phoenician styles. The Hebrew Bible contains references to Phoenician cities such as Tyre and Sidon and their cultural practices. For example, the story of King Hiram of Tyre collaborating with King Solomon in the building of the temple highlights the close relationship between the Israelites and Phoenicians. The first temple period in ancient Israel refers to the time when the first temple, also known as Solomon's Temple, stood in Jerusalem. This period spans between approximately 10th century BCE until its destruction by the Babylonians in 586 BCE. Understanding the religious landscape during this period is complex, and scholarly views vary regarding the extent of polytheistic practices present during this time. The practice of monotheism seems to be only after the Israelites returned back from Babylon in the 5th century. Scholars suggest that polytheistic elements persisted during this period. They argue that while Yahweh may have been regarded as the primary deity, other gods and goddesses were still acknowledged and worshipped alongside Yahweh. The archaeological evidence, including inscriptions and artifacts found in Jerusalem, indicate the presence of symbols associated with other deities during this time. The Elephantine Jews were a Jewish community that resided in the ancient city of Elephantine, located on an island in the Nile River in Egypt. They lived during the 5th century BCE and left behind a corpus of documents known as the Elephantine Papyri, which provides insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the time. Based on the Elephantine Papyri, it appears that the religion of the Elephantine Jews was a blend of Yahweh worship and syncretic elements influenced by the local religious environment. While they acknowledged Yahweh as the primary deity, they also incorporated certain practices from both Egyptian and Canaanite religious traditions. These Elephantine Jews built and maintained a temple dedicated to Yahweh on the island. They considered Yahweh as the supreme deity and sought his guidance and protection. However, alongside the worship of Yahweh was also other gods and goddesses like Asherah. One of the prominent deities mentioned in the Elephantine Papyri is Yahweh, often identified as a synchronistic form of Yahweh fused with Egyptian gods like Ammon. Additionally, Egyptian gods, particularly Khnum, Satis, and Anuket, were worshipped in this location. These deities were believed to have protective powers and were invoked for various purposes such as fertility, health, and general well-being. This Elephantine Papyrus indicates a level of polytheism and syncretism, as well as cultural assimilation, where elements of different religious traditions coexisted. Overall, the Elephantine Jews maintained a distinctive religious identity centered around Yahweh, but also incorporated beliefs and practices from their local environment. Their religion demonstrates the complex nature of religious syncretism, and the adaptation of religious traditions in a multicultural text. The exact time frame for the final compilation of the Torah, or the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, into its current monotheistic form, is a subject of scholarly debate. Most scholars agree that these texts were written during post-Babylonian exile. As the Israelites returned to their land, religious leaders and scribes likely engaged in the process of collecting, editing, and shaping various religious texts. There is no mention of the Torah by any Greek, Egyptian, Persian, or Syrian sources before the 5th century BCE. Moses and Noah and Abraham are not mentioned in any text before the 5th century BCE. Only the kings like David and Omri show up in some steles. But the stories of the flood, the Exodus, and the 12 tribes of Israel show up in popular culture only after Alexander the Great conquers Persia in the 4th century BCE. There are some scholars who now suggest that the 5 books of Moses were compiled in Alexandria during the Ptolemaic period. Ancient historians like Herodotus, Xenophon, and Thucydides don't even mention Israel in their writings. This suggests that Israel was not a powerful kingdom, just a small city-state. It's possible that these texts existed as independent scrolls during these periods, but they were not known to most of the world outside the Levant until the 4th century BCE. This is the end of our mythological journey through the ancient realms of Sumer, Ugarit, Egypt, Canaan, and beyond. As we've explored this rich tapestry of these captivating civilizations, it became clear that their stories, beliefs, and cultural influences have left an indelible mark on the biblical world. From the epic tales of the Gilgamesh and Sumer to the poetic sagas of Baal and Ugarit, from the mystical hymns of the Egyptian gods to the intricate pantheon of the Canaanite deities, we find a treasure trove of inspiration that seeped into the very fabric of the Hebrew Bible. But the skilled weavers, the biblical authors, and editors didn't simply copy and paste from the neighboring mythologies. Oh no. They expertly blended, transformed, and repurposed these ancient narratives, weaving them into a new tapestry of faith, history, and moral guidance. Let me give you one more example before I go. The story of Esther and Mordecai. Esther and Mordecai look a lot like Ishtar and Marduk. The story of Esther and Mordecai has obvious parallels to the story of Ishtar descending into the underworld to save Tammuz from his death. In the story of Ishtar and Tammuz, Tammuz is taken down to the underworld, the lover of Ishtar. And then Ishtar goes and descends down, and as she goes down from every layer of hell, she has to take off a layer of clothing until she gets to the bottom layer, where she has to face off with the queen of the underworld, where she stays down there for 3 days until her galley eunuchs are sent down from heaven to bring her back to life, where she is able to take Tammuz and raise him out of hell, and thus springtime ensues. In the story of Esther in the Bible, there's a lot of similarities and parallels. Instead of Tammuz, it's Mordecai. Now, why would they use Marduk's name instead of Tammuz's name? Well, it turns out that Marduk and Tammuz are actually synchronized in many texts. The god Bel is actually a synchronization of Marduk and Dumuzi, or Tammuz. So it actually does make sense for Mordecai to be the name of the Hebrew person who is saved by Esther. In this text, Mordecai is taken into a dungeon by Haman, and then Esther has to go into the court of the king of Persia, Xerxes, and she has to plead for the safety of Mordecai, which she is successful when her eunuch priest, just like the galley eunuchs, her eunuchs actually come to her aid, and she also has to take off layers of clothing as well. It is a clear mimesis of the story of the Sumerians. I am of the opinion that these writers did this with no ill intent, and they were just trying to pass down sacred stories that everyone knew. The Sumerian flood myth finds its counterpart in the story of Noah and the Ark. The Canaanite storm god Baal's conflict with the sea god Yam echoes the biblical portrayal of Yahweh's triumph over chaos, and the grandeur of Egyptian cosmology lends its majesty to the descriptions of heaven and earth in Genesis. Yes, this interplay between mythologies goes beyond mere literary borrowings. It reveals the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations, the vibrant exchange of ideas, and the eternal quest for humanity to understand the mysteries of the world and our place in it. Esther, just like Ishtar, is a story that explains the death of the winter and the resurrection of the spring. Both Ishtar and Esther have their festivals at the same time of the year. Let us marvel at the profound influence of these ancient mythologies on the biblical world. Let us recognize that shared motifs, cultural cross-pollination, and the universal truths that emerge from these diverse narratives. In Sumerian mythology, the underworld, known as Kur, was ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal. The Babylonians also had a similar concept of the underworld, which they called Irkala. According to Sumerian mythology, the underworld was a dark and gloomy place where the souls of the dead went after they passed away. The journey to the underworld was perilous, and the souls had to navigate through the 7 gates, each guarded by a different deity. The 7 deities that guard each of the 7 gates in the underworld: Neti, Gedu, Enugi, Ninkasi, Ninima, and Bilulu, and Dumutsi, who shared the time with his sister, Geshtinana. Once in the underworld, the souls were judged by Ereshkigal and her consort, Nergal. The souls were then assigned to different levels of the underworld based on their deeds in life. The worst offenders were sent to the lowest level, where they were subjugated to eternal torment. The Babylonians, in their more complex version, divided it into several layers, each again with its own ruler. The souls of the dead had to pass through each level, facing different challenges and obstacles along the way. These ideas are reflected in Greek mythology as well as Egyptian. In the Orphic text, souls of the dead pass through Hades and be judged by Persephone and Pluto. One of the most famous stories from Babylonian mythology is the tale of Ishtar's descent into the underworld. Ishtar was the goddess of love and fertility, and she decided to visit the underworld to rescue her lover, Dumutsi. However, she was unable to pass through the gates of the underworld and was forced to remove her clothing and jewelry as a payment to the gatekeepers. Luckily, she was revived and saved by the Gali of Heaven, who came down and brought her back to life. The purpose of each of the 7 gates in the underworld is to prevent the dead from escaping and to ensure that they are judged fairly before being allowed to enter to the afterlife. Each gate is guarded by a different deity, and each deity has a specific role in the judgment process. The first gate, guarded by Neti, who checks the name of the deceased against a list of those who are allowed to enter. The second gate, guarded by Gedu, who weighs the heart of the deceased against a feather to determine if they have lived a good life. This is reflected in the Egyptian myth of Sobek, who also weighs the heart against a feather. And if the heart is more heavy than the feather, the soul is consumed because they are not fit to go further into the afterlife. The third gate, guarded by the goddess Lahmu, who judges the deceased based on their deeds in life. The fourth gate is guarded by the god Shala, who determines if the deceased has been faithful to their spouse. The fifth gate is guarded by the goddess Ninlil, who judges the deceased based on their knowledge and wisdom. And the sixth gate, guarded by Nergal, who determines if the deceased has been a good ruler or leader. The seventh and final gate is guarded by the goddess Ereshkigal, who judges the deceased based on their overall worthiness to enter after the afterlife. The Babylonian seven gates, slightly different than the Sumerian. Ereshkigal, the prominent figure in Sumerian and Babylonian mythology, is the goddess of the underworld. She is the sister of the god of the sky, Anu, and the god of earth, Enlil. She is depicted as fearsome and powerful goddess, ruling over the dead and the spirits of the underworld. Ereshkigal held a senior status among the underworld deities, ruling over the category of the so-called Transtigridian snake gods. In 1903, two Minoan snake goddess figurines were excavated in the Minoan palace of Knossos in the Greek island of Crete. The combination of elaborate clothes that leave the breasts completely bare and snake wrangling remains a popular icon for Minoan art and religion, now also generally referred to as a snake goddess. It is quite possible that this goddess could be connected to Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is often compared to other goddesses of death in the underworld, such as the Greek goddess Persephone and the Egyptian Isis. These goddesses are often depicted as powerful and fearsome figures, ruling over the dead and the spirits of the underworld. One of the most interesting aspects of Ereshkigal's mythology is her relationship with the god of fertility and vegetation, Dumuzi. According to some legends, Dumuzi was her lover, but he was also a symbol of life and fertility, like her. This relationship between life and death is a common theme in many mythologies and is often used to explore the cyclical nature of existence. Ningishida is a god in Sumerian mythology, known as the god of the underworld and fertility. He was often depicted as a serpent or a dragon and was associated with rebirth and regeneration. Ningishida has been compared to other serpent deities, such as the Greek god Asclepius and the Egyptian god Wadjet. Ningishida's titles connect him to plants and agriculture. The death of vegetation was associated with his annual travel to the underworld. He seems to be associated with an ancient form of the Dionysian Pluto that was worshipped by the Minoans, as the tree in his name might be vine, according to some Assyriologists, including Wilfrid Lambert, and an association between him and wine is well attested. For example, One text mentions him alongside the beer goddess, Ninkasi, while one of his titles, Lord of the Innkeepers, just as Dionysus and Osiris ruled the underworld after they die and resurrect. Like his father, Ninatsu, he was associated with serpents and snakes, including the mythical Mushusu, Ushamgal, and Bashmu, and in one case, Nira. He was also an underworld god, and this role was known as the chair bearer, the chamberlain of the underworld, like Osiris. Franz Wigerman, on the basis of these similarities, considers him and his father to be members of the group Transtigridian snake gods, who, according to him, shared a connection with the underworld, justice, vegetation, and snakes, the cyclical nature of death and rebirth. Ninisina is a goddess in Sumerian mythology, known as the goddess of healing and medicine. She was also associated with fertility and childbirth. She's often compared to the Greek goddess Hygeia, who is also associated with healing medicine. Both of these goddesses are often depicted holding a serpent, which is a symbol of healing in ancient times. Additionally, Ninisina was often associated with the goddess Ishtar, who was also a prominent figure in Babylonian mythology. While Ishtar is associated with love and war, Ninisina was primarily associated with healing and alchemy. Liliki, the Phantom Maiden, making a home in the trunk of the World Tree, may represent usurpation of control of the earth. The word translates to owl or death, bird goddess figure, or perhaps she is even a doppelganger of the figure of Inanna, Inanna's dark self, because there is the description of Liliki as a joyful, laughing, smiling maiden or seductress, having functions of sexuality and death. Liliki seemingly usurping control of the earthly realm from Inanna, making her home in the Hulupu tree trunk world tree. A snake living in the roots of the tree likely represents the usurpation of the control of the underworld and immortality. This snake is said to be immune from incantations, so it is powerful against otherworldly weapons. When Inanna finds these monstrous serpents in her world tree, she cries out to Gilgamesh to help get rid of them. The mythic figures Lilitu and Lilu are demons associated with wild places and other boundaries. Like Lamashtu, they attack pregnant women and babies. This is directly referenced in the book of Isaiah 34:14. And desert creatures will meet with hyenas, and satyrs will call out to each other. There also Lilith shall repose and find for themselves a resting place. In some Jewish folklore, such as the satirical alphabet of Sirach, Lilith appears as Adam's first wife, who was created at the same time from the same clay as Adam. Lamashtu is a female demon in Mesopotamian mythology, known for her malevolent nature and association with childbirth and infant mortality. She is often depicted with a lion's head, donkey teeth, and bird feet. She is often compared to Lilith in Jewish mythology, or Medea, as well as the Greek Gorgons. Lamashtu's unique characteristics and role in Mesopotamian culture make her a distinct figure in mythology. She bore 7 names, was described as 7 witches' incantations. Her evil deeds included, but not limited to, slaying children, unborns, causing harm to mothers and expectant mothers, eating men and drinking their blood, disturbing sleep, bringing nightmares, and the use of wild plants to make potions, bringing disease, sickness, and death. In Greek mythology, Medea is often associated with the death of her own children. This is because she killed them in revenge against her husband Jason, who betrayed her. Medea's actions are seen as a symbol of the destructive power of revenge and the consequences of letting anger and hatred consume us. Medea is also the daughter of a god and is a symbol of medicine, witchcraft, and alchemy. Like Lamashtu, she is often depicted as holding serpents and even pulled by a pair of dragons in her chariot. Ancient serpents and dragons are often depicted as demons in various ancient myths and legends. In Mesopotamian mythology, the dragon Tiamat was the symbol of chaos and destruction, while in Greek mythology, the serpent Python was a symbol of evil and darkness and was used by Apollo to create the Oracle of Delphi. In Chinese mythology, the dragon was often associated with the underworld and was considered a powerful and dangerous creature. Dragons and serpents are believed to hold supernatural powers and were often associated with magic and mysticism. In Canaanite mythology, Baal is a god who is said to have conquered the Leviathan, a sea monster or dragon. This story is often seen as a symbol of Baal's power over chaos and the forces of nature. The story of Baal and the Leviathan has parallels in other ancient myths, such as the story of Marduk and Tiamat in Babylonian mythology. The ancient Leviathan is a sea monster mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, defeated by Yahweh in the book of Psalms. It is often described as a giant serpent or dragon-like creature, multiple heads, and immense strength. In Jewish mythology, the Leviathan is seen as a symbol of chaos and destruction, while in Christian tradition, it is sometimes associated with Satan or the Antichrist. The Leviathan has been referenced in other cultures, such as Mesopotamian mythology, where it is seen as a symbol of primordial chaos that existed before the creation of the world. Tiamat is the primordial goddess of the Salt Sea in Babylonian mythology. She is often depicted as a dragon or serpent, associated with chaos and creation. According to the Numa Elish, Tiamat was defeated by the god Marduk, who split her body in two to create the heavens and earth. Tiamat's story has been interpreted in many ways, with some seeing her as a symbol of the natural world, and others as a representation of the dangers of chaos and disorder. In Greek mythology, Ophion is a primordial serpent or dragon who ruled the world with his consort, Eurynome, before being overthrown by Zeus and the Olympian gods. He is sometimes associated with the creation of the world and the cosmos. The Orphic egg is a symbol of creation in Orphic text. It is said to have contained the universe and was split open by the god Phanes, or in some versions, the serpent Ophion coils around the egg to split it open, who emerges Phanes from the light as the first being, or lightbringer. The egg is often depicted as being surrounded by a serpent, representing the cycle of life and death. Zeus and Typhon battle in the beginning of the world. Typhon was the monstrous giant who challenged the rule of the gods, and Zeus fought him in this great battle. Zeus ultimately defeats Typhon and banishes him to Tartarus, where he is chained down until the end of the world. In ancient Canaanite text, a demon king named Habayu, who is depicted as Lord of Horns and Tal, defeats El after a drinking party that El throws for the gods. El was seated in his drinking party. El drank wine until he was full, new wine until he was drunk. El went into his house, he reached his court. Thukimona and Shunama held him along. Then Hebayu confronted him, lord of horns and tail. He smeared him with piss and crap. El collapsed like a corpse. El went down into the underworld. The next few lines of the tablet are destroyed, but he seems to be revived by Anat and Astarte. And so you have an evil demon king who kills El, the king of the gods, and then gets away with it, and is never destroyed by El in any more texts that we know of. This shows us that the image of the goat-like demons goes back as far as human memory serves. Satyrs and goat demons are often depicted in ancient Greek and Roman mythology as creatures with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a goat, and horns. They were often associated with fertility, wine, and revelry. And in some myths, they're also known for their mischievous and lustful behavior. Angramanu is a figure in Zoroastrianism, often referred to as the destructive spirit or evil spirit. He is often compared to the devil or Satan. The word devil, which comes from the Greek diablos, which means accuser, becomes associated with goat-like appearance of satyrs. Later on, ultimately because of Christian mythology. The word demon comes from the Greek daemon, which originally referred to as any divine spiritual being. It later becomes associated with malevolent or mischievous demons, of opposite force of the angels. The devas and asuras are figures in mythology, in Vedic and Zoroastrian theology. In Zoroastrianism, the deva are evil, while in Hinduism, the devas are good, and the asuras, which are a group of powerful beings depicted as the enemies of gods in Hinduism, are actually the good gods in Zoroastrianism. This reflects the political divide between India and Persia. In Greek text, these are represented by the Olympians and Titans. The Olympians are a younger generation of gods led by Zeus, while the Titans were the older generation led by Kronos. The two groups were in conflict for control of the universe, while the Olympians ultimately emerging victorious. The word angel comes from the Greek angelos, which means messenger. In these terms, demons and angels did not have a dichotomy until the time of Christianity in the 1st century. However, the dichotomy comes straight from the asuras and devas, or Olympians and Titans. So there is a direct influence on this dichotomy. In Hinduism, Kali is the goddess associated with destruction and transformation. She is often depicted with multiple arms and a fierce expression, holding serpents, and is considered a powerful force for change and renewal. In some traditions, Kali is associated with death and the underworld. The Bhagavad Purana states that the very day that Krishna left the earth is when Kali promoted all kinds of irreligious activities into the world. All of this stems from the Sumerian dichotomy of gods and monsters. Here is a chart from Mesopotamian Protective Spirits ritual texts by F.A.M. Wigerman. As you can see, the monsters are composed, while the gods are anthropomorphic. The monsters are supernatural freaks, while the gods are representative of normal order. The monsters represents the phenomenon of nature, while the gods represent the whole to which the phenomenon belongs. Monsters intervene in human affairs. Gods, on the other hand, afford background and stability. Monsters are unpredictable associates, while gods are the masters. Monsters rebel, while gods are the rightful rulers. Monsters are the defeated enemies, gods are the victors, and so forth. According to Wigerman, the emergence of these ideas was from an attempt by the ancients to describe phenomenon happening in nature that is undescribable, that often cannot be explained unless there was some evil force at work. For example, hurricanes and floods coming from malevolent gods, rather than rain coming from good gods helping to grow crops, or a tsunami coming from the lake from a destructive force. Wigerman shows the many examples of these so-called monsters, which seem to look very similar to the Greek daemons. Here is a depiction of what would look like centaurs and satyrs and other horned deities and serpent legs. Being a monster or a daemon did not necessarily mean they were evil. For example, Pan is the Greek god of nature, wild, shepherds, and flocks. He is often depicted as half man, half goat creature, the horns and a tail. Pan is also associated with music and is said to have invented the pan flute. He is often depicted as mischievous and playful, and also has a darker side, as the god of fear and panic. Pan later becomes the image of the devil in later Christian times, most likely because the devil represents all that is opposed to Christianity. Since paganism is the ultimate opposition to Christianity, Pan becomes the symbol of the devil as a symbol of paganism. But the duality of good versus evil is much more complex than just Christian versus pagan. In the oldest Pelasgian creation myth, the serpent of chaos, Ophion, attacks Eurynome, and she bruises his head with her heel, and then banishes him to the dark underworld where he is chained down. This myth is reflected in the tempting of Eve by the serpent, or Lilith in Genesis. Genesis 3:15 says, "And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel." Direct reference from the Pelasgian creation myth. Not only is this duad reflected in the Vedic myth of Mitra and Varuna, but also with the Orphic egg in the serpent of chaos, from which Phanes burst forth as the Lightbringer, and the serpent of chaos is chained to the underworld. Like Zeus defeating Typhon and chaining him in Hades until the end of the world. The myth of Prometheus, who is the creator of mankind and giver of wisdom, echoes the Sumerian Enki, as he is chained by Zeus as punishment for giving humans knowledge. This mythology is directly dealt with in the text of Revelation as well. Revelation 20:1-3. I saw an angel descending out of heaven. He carried the key to the abyss and a chain, a huge chain. He grabbed the dragon, that old snake, that very devil, Satan himself, chained him up for 1,000 years, dumped him into the abyss, slammed it shut, sealed it tight. No more trouble out of him, deceiving the nations until the 1,000 years are up. After that, he is to be let loose briefly. John then proceeds to prophesy of the victory over the serpent of chaos and the underworld titans. And Thasala gave up the dead who were in it. Thanatos and Hades gave up the dead who were in them. And they were judged, each one of them, according to what they have done, which is in verse 13 of the same chapter of the serpent coming out of the underworld. Each of these three titans, Thasala, which is the sea, Thanatos, which is death, and Hades, who is the king of the underworld, are the titans who rule certain aspects of the underworld in Orphic theology along with Persephone, Saturn, and Dionysus. It should not be too surprising to see this theological overlap, considering some of the earliest depictions of Jesus are as the new Orpheus or the Good Shepherd. Christianity directly takes on this ancient struggle of these two opposing forces, and Christians today are still awaiting the apocalypse and the serpent or Satan to return. But all of this owes its existence to the Pelasgians and Sumerians of the ancient Copper and Bronze Age. It's clear that these ancient civilizations had a fascination with demons and monsters, and their mythology has certainly left its mark on modern religions like Christianity and Islam. Whether you believe in the existence of these creatures or not, there's no denying that they continue to capture our imaginations and inspire us to explore the mysteries of the universe. So let's raise a glass to the ancient Sumerians and their enduring legacy of myth and legend. The oldest tablet or inscription mentioning any god is typically considered to be Anu, the sky god, worshipped by the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, around 4000 BCE, 6,000 years ago. Anu was a part of the Sumerian pantheon and later incorporated into the pantheon of other civilizations in the region, such as the Akkadians and Babylonians. And this concept of Anu influences religions in the world right now, today. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, and even Buddhism. Anu was believed to be the father of the gods and ruler of the heavens. There may have been older gods and older deities worshipped by prehistoric cultures, which I've mentioned in previous videos, but these do not show up in written records. Archaeological evidence suggests that the religious beliefs and practices existed long before the invention of writing. However, within the realm of written records, it is Anu and his daughter Ishtar, the morning star, who show up in the beginning. The oldest tablet or inscription mentioning any god is Anu, who comes from the Sumerian city of Uruk and dates to around 2500 BCE. This tablet, known as the Uruk King List, is a historical document that lists the kings of Uruk in chronological order. Among the names of its kings, therefore, is a reference to Anu, indicating his prominence as the deity in the beginning of time. Anu is mentioned in several other ancient Sumerian texts, such as the hymns and prayers and myths, which provide further insights into his role and significance of the god of the Sumerian religious beliefs. These texts were written on clay tablets and have been discovered at various archaeological sites in Mesopotamia, including the cities of Nippur, Ur, and Eridu. It's worth noting that these inscriptions and tablets are the oldest known references to Anu specifically, but it is likely that the worship of Anu predates these written records, possibly by several centuries or more. Anu is considered the god of the heavens, and his name translated as the sky or firmament, and it comes from the word An, which is represented by a cuneiform logogram that is interchangeable with the word Digir, which means God, and it is theorized that the word An is actually cognate with the Proto-Indo-European root word for one, which is also An or Ein, showing that Anu is the possible proto-monad concept of the One. And what's even more mind-blowing about this is the rarity of common elements between Sumerian languages and Proto-Indo-European languages, mostly separate language families. And when there's a word that is cognate between these two language families, that this is as ancient as we can possibly imagine. Anu is the son of Anshar, or Kishar, who are primordial deities associated with the horizon and earth. Anu is depicted as the mighty and wise god who resides in the highest heaven, ruling over other gods. He is often portrayed as the father or progenitor of other deities, including Enlil and Ea, also known as Enki. Anu's role as the supreme deity is sometimes overshadowed by other gods, such as Enlil or Marduk, who gained more prominence in later periods. Nevertheless, Anu retains his status as the head of the pantheon and ultimate authority of heaven. Anu's role in the divine hierarchy is also reflected in Mesopotamian cosmology, where he occupies the highest level of the universe, separated from the earth and its inhabitants. He is associated with the celestial realm, divine laws, and ordering of the cosmos. In the Akkadian mythology of Babylon, Anu is considered the chief god and the father of all gods. He plays a crucial role in the creation story, known as the Enuma Elish, where he gives birth to the god Ea and grants him authority over the earth. The Greek god Ouranos seems to have a similar role as the firmament or the heavens god. Both Anu and Ouranos are considered to be the personifications of the sky or the firmament, and they're both regarded as sky kings. They are associated with the heavens and are seen as the rulers of the celestial realm. Both Anu and Ouranos are considered to be the primordial deities, existing at the beginning of creation. They are among the earliest divine beings in their respective mythologies. Anu and Ouranos are depicted as fathers of major deities in their pantheons. Anu is the father of Enlil and Ea, while Ouranos is the father of the Titans, including Kronos and Rhea. Physically, they are separated from the earth and its inhabitants, and Anu resides in the highest heaven, while Ouranos is depicted as an entity that covers and separates the earth from the heavens. These parallels suggest a common theme of a sky king figure with a paternal role and authority in these early mythologies of these early civilizations. Anu is associated with the concept of divine kingship. The king of Sumer was believed to derive his authority from Anu, the one who bestows kingship upon earthly rulers. In both cases, the concept of heavenly abode is present. Anu is described as residing in the highest heaven, known as the celestial abode, or the heaven of Anu. And the name of Ouranos literally means heaven in Greek. The text of the New Testament in the Gospels, the word used by Jesus and Paul for kingdom of heaven, is translated from the Greek kingdom of Ouranos. This heavenly realm is depicted as a sacred and divine space separate from earth. Matthew 16:19, I will give to you the keys of the kingdom of the heavens, and whatever, if you might bind on the earth, will be bound in the heavens, and whatever you might loose on the earth will be loosed in the heavens. The phrase for kingdom of heavens in Greek, Basilias ton Auranon. The word Ouranos is present for heavens 3 times in this passage. Bound in the heavens, Didemenon and tois Ouranos. Also at the end of this passage, loosed in the heavens, Leleumenon and tois Ouranos. So the word heaven for Ouranos, which is borrowed from the concept of Anu, or the One, is directly impacting the Christian religion, for the kingdom of heaven is the kingdom of Ouranos. Anu is credited with playing a role in the creation of the universe and the establishment of cosmic order. He is seen as the one who organizes and governs celestial bodies and heavenly cycles. Anu is associated with justice and the establishment of divine laws. He is seen as the ultimate arbiter of justice, ensuring that the order is maintained within the cosmos among the gods. He presides over divine assemblies where decisions and judgments are made. These gatherings of the gods include discussions, counsel, and determination of destinies. These aspects and beliefs about Anu can be found in various Sumerian texts, which give us insight into the understanding of Anu's role as the supreme god and his significance in the religious and cosmological framework of ancient Mesopotamia. Now, although Ouranos is usurped by Saturn, who takes the kingship of heaven from his father and castrates him, the god Anu, over time, is replaced by other deities who came after him and gained prominence and assumed more significant roles within the pantheon. These two primary gods who surpassed Anu in influence are Enlil and Marduk. Enlil, just like Saturn, is the son of Anu and was initially assigned the role of carrying out Anu's decision on Earth. However, as the mythological narratives developed, Enlil's importance grew, and he became associated with the forces of nature, particularly as the god of wind, storms, and agriculture. Enlil's authority expanded to encompass the earth and its inhabitants, and eventually became the chief deity of the Sumerian pantheon. Despite this, Anu retains his position as the head of the pantheon, and Enlil's rise did not involve a direct usurpation of Anu's authority. Marduk's rise to prominence occurred in Babylonian mythology during the time of the Babylonian Empire. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, Marduk defeats the primordial goddess Tiamat and establishes himself as the supreme god. Marduk's ascendancy reflects the rise of Babylon as a major power in the region, while Marduk became the central figure in Babylonian pantheon. Anu retains his position as the father of the gods and the ruler of heaven, just as Ouranos attains his status even after Saturn and Jove rule the heavens. Anu, like Ouranos, continues to be known as the heaven's abode, but Marduk is identified with the celestial body of Saturn, showing his overlap and genetic connection to the Greek myths of Saturn and Ouranos. In Mesopotamian mythology, the pantheon was dynamic, with the roles and prominence of gods evolving over time. This evolution was influenced by various factors, including shifts in the political power and assimilation of different cultures. While Enlil and Marduk may have surpassed Anu in certain aspects, Anu's position as the father of the gods and the ruler of the heavens remains significant throughout all of Mesopotamian mythology. The story of Saturn, also known as Kronos, usurping Ouranos, is a part of Greek mythology recounted in Hesiod's Theogony and other ancient Greek texts. According to the myth, Ouranos was the primordial god of the sky and ruled over the universe as its first original ruler. Ouranos married Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and together they bore many children, including the Titans. However, Ouranos was a harsh and oppressive ruler who feared his own children's power. He hid his children deep within Gaia's womb, causing her great pain and suffering. Gaia became resentful and plotted with her children to overthrow Ouranos. The Titan Kronos, also known as Saturn, took lead in the rebellion against Ouranos. Gaia fashioned a sickle and gave it to Kronos. With the sickle, Kronos castrated Ouranos, severing his genitals and casting them into the sea. By castrating Ouranos, Kronos symbolically emasculated him and seized his power. Kronos then became the ruler of the universe, taking Ouranos' place as the new supreme god. Kronos then married his sister Rhea, and they became the rulers of the gods, known as the Titans. However, Kronos also became fearful of his children, and he worried that they would overthrow him, just as he had done with Ouranos. As a result, Kronos swallowed each of his children, as they were born to prevent them from challenging his authority. This continued until Rhea devised a plan to save their youngest son, Zeus. Instead of giving Zeus to Kronos, Rhea hid the infant on the island of Crete, and instead, she presented Kronos with a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes. Zeus eventually grew up and returned to confront Kronos. With the help of his siblings and other gods, Zeus waged a war against Kronos and the Titans, known as the Titanomachia. Zeus emerged victorious, overthrowing Kronos and banishing him to Tartarus, a deep abyss in the underworld. The myth of Saturn usurping Ouranos reflects a common theme in Greek mythology of a younger generation of gods overthrowing and replacing the elder predecessors. This is what we see with Anu and Enlil and Marduk. It symbolizes the cyclical nature of power and a succession of ruling deities. Scholarly connections between the Greek myths and Sumerian mythology, particularly concerning these deities, Anu, Enlil, and Marduk, and the Greek pantheon, can be observed in terms of shared themes, archetypes, and potential cultural influences. Both Anu and Sumerian mythology and Ouranos, sky gods, father gods, holding the position of primacy in their respective pantheons, both associated with the celestial realm and regarded as the patriarchs of the gods, both going through successions and power struggles. Mythological narratives involving these deities, Enlil and Marduk, and the Greek pantheon feature these themes of succession and power struggles. These narratives depict the younger generation of gods overthrowing the older to establish their own dominion, Enlil surpassing Anu, Zeus dethroning Kronos. Generational dynamics observed in both mythologies, where the children rebel against and ultimately surpass their parents. This theme of succession and power transfer is significant in both Sumerian and Greek. Both emphasize the concept of cosmic order and the establishment of the divine hierarchy. Anu plays the role of maintaining cosmic order, while Zeus Ammon assumes a similar role. The gods are organized in a hierarchical structure, with specific deities assigned roles and responsibilities within their pantheons. The ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia and Greece had periods of contact and cultural exchange. This contact likely influences the mythology and religious beliefs of these civilizations. There is evidence to suggest that cultural and religious exchanges occurred between ancient civilizations. We have direct archaeological proof, without any doubt, that Greek scribes in the court of Alexander the Great in Babylon were still able to read, translate, write, and use cuneiform script, which was out of use by the time of the Roman Empire. Here is two examples of clay tablets written during the rule of Alexander the Great. The first clay tablet, shown here, figure 315, shows an astronomical tablet found in Babylon, which records events from the weeks prior and following the Battle of Gaugamela. It contains one entry that fixes the date of the battle at October 1st by the Julian calendar. The entries on the reverse side described Alexander's proclamations to Babylon, an entry into the city, a famous event in world history. The anonymous scribe who recorded these events refers to Darius as king of the world, and the entries leading up to the battle then gives the same title to Alexander in the entries that follow. Lastly is this right here, figure 728. The text of this Babylonian astronomical tablet supplies our most accurate date for the death of Alexander the Great, in a log entry designed to permit correlation of political and astronomical events. An anonymous scribe wrote in cuneiform for the date corresponding to June 11th on the Julian calendar. On this day, the King Alexander has died. So not only was the Ptolemies in Egypt able to still use ancient hieroglyphics during this period, but Greek academics in Babylon were using the most ancient cuneiform writing, and the Great Library of Alexandria had access to the most ancient of texts during this short-lived period, which is the same period that historians from the ancient world, such as Josephus and others, claim that the Bible was produced, known as the Septuagint, which means 70, the story being that 70 elders put together this text, using the most ancient sources from Heliopolis and Babylon. One can find certain parallels and similarities between specific deities, mythological themes in Sumerian and Greek mythology. Both Sumerian god Enlil and the Greek god Zeus are associated with the sky and are considered the chief gods in their respective pantheons. Zeus and Marduk are associated with thunder and display qualities of rulership and cosmic order. Scholars continue to explore these connections through comparative mythology, linguistic analysis, and the examination of archaeological and historical finds. The Babylonian zodiac and the Greek zodiac share a lot of overlap. Both zodiac systems are based on the division of the celestial sphere into 12 equal parts, each associated with specific constellations. The 12 signs are associated with certain animals, such as the lion, bull, scorpion, and goat. The Babylonians focused more on the constellation's symbolic and astronomical significance rather than assigning them to specific deities. Each sign was connected to celestial omens and played a role in divination and astrology. The concept of precession of the equinox began in ancient Mesopotamia and was present among the Pelasgians and Egyptians, and later continued by the Greeks and Romans and even Hindus. This is a record of the period of the Earth's wobble in space, like an out-of-balance top. Each of the wobble takes about 25,765 years, divided up into 12, which is each astrological sign, shows the rising of the sun at dawn, which is roughly a 2,000-year period for each sign. Because of the slow change in our orientation of the stars, the position of the sun on the first day of spring, the vernal equinox, slowly shifts westward around the sky, which also moves it around our calendar. This is why we refer to this effect as the precession of the equinox, because the rate of the shift is 1 day for every 72 years. The position of the sun on the day of the vernal equinox is presently in the constellation of Pisces, near the border of Aquarius, which is the next age. The age of the ram and the bull predate the age of Pisces and are present in these ancient texts and even referenced by ancient historians such as Pliny the Elder, Berosus the Chaldean, and Diodorus of Sicily. The veneration of the solstices was also adopted by the Greeks from the ancient Mesopotamian and Pelasgians. Various ancient Greek calendars, such as the Attic calendar, show similar lunar cycles and start the New Year's during the spring rather than the winter, which is what the Babylonians and Sumerians also did. It is not until Julius Caesar adopts the solar calendar from the Egyptians in the 1st century BCE that this was changed. The Greek zodiac incorporates many elements from the Babylonian zodiac. For example, Aries is associated with the ram, and Taurus with the bull, Leo with the lion, and having 12 divisions such as the Babylonians. This allotment of the heavens as a calendar for measuring time plays into the base 60 counting system that was established by the Sumerians and adopted by the Greeks, and is still universally used in the world today. Scholars like Jean-Pierre Vernat and Walter Burkett have examined the shared motifs and narrative patterns between ancient Near Eastern mythologies, Sumerian, Babylonian, and Greek. They explore the archetypal themes and symbols that appear across different mythologies and potential cultural connections that could have contributed to these similarities. These scholars argue that the ancient civilizations had contact and cultural exchanges, which